Who told you guys about the piss jars? Who told you guys about the piss jars? I know it wasn't me. How's everybody doing today? How we doing? How we doing? I'm doing good. I just cleaned out the jars. So, you know, I like to say, never mind. I was gonna make a Bear Grylls joke about how I call storing my own piss in jars grilling. But then it didn't seem as funny, as I gave it like a second of thought, and I was like, you know what, that's stupid. But then I said it anyway. So, real quick, I thought I would tell you guys, since I just said something on Twitter. This isn't really something that I've talked about a lot. But sometimes I may be late to stream. Stream may get pushed. It may even get canceled sometimes. And that has to do with me and like some medical shit going on. I don't plan on doing anything about it as far as like going to a doctor, because I don't fucking trust them. I don't trust them not to just kill me, right? Or like poison me or some other shit. So it's like I don't want to pay them to tell me that I'm going to die, or that I'm gonna like spend a bunch of money and I'm just gonna end up on chemo or something, right? Or for me to like spend thousands of dollars for them to tell me that everything's actually fine. So, and I'll try to give you guys like the best explanation of timeline here, but essentially in December of 2023, I was in the middle of getting out of the shower, and I was about to go to work, and I ended up blacking out, and I like fell and hit this side of my head on the tub. And so Hello all, first trip on Alive. Dude, you're getting some very heavy stuff. So don't trust them, good idea, take breaks. Yeah. So that happens and I'm sitting there and I feel fine, but I have a couple people that were like, no, you need to go to the hospital and see if you have a concussion or something. So I end up going to the hospital and they basically tell me that I have like a mass on the side of my head, like right about here-ish. And they're not very descriptive. They don't say like it could be a cancerous mass, it could be you have like brain fat or something. Like I don't know if that's a thing. Or what, but essentially like I can feel something happening. And sometimes I feel it over here on this side also. And it's like, it feels like something is writhing around in between, like under the skin, in between my skin and my skull. Like it feels like there's just like two living things. And sometimes I get the sensation of what feels like ants crawling through my head. So it's like, I don't know, I was feeling it especially like back here earlier today, where it feels like there's like little bugs that are like crawling through the surface of my skin or something. And let me read some of these. They implanted a brain worm in 7. Well, look, if RFK can have a brain worm and be the health secretary, I should be fine. He's like 70 or something, right? So peculiar, wonder what it is. Well, so the other part of me sort of sharing all of this, right, is that I know that 99.9% of people will always talk about like their health concerns and then like seek money or health or something like that. I'm not looking for all that. I'm gonna be fine, and all of the money would, if I were to use it for anything like that, would just end up going to fucking Rockefeller trained doctors anyway. So I'm good. Like I don't want, if somebody tries to do like a GoFundMe or something for me, I'm gonna report that shit. I don't want this to be like a sympathy like thing, right? Because I don't plan on going to the doctor for this. I don't need like pity or anything, it's just one of those things in life. You get dealt a shit hand. I've made some pretty bad decisions in my life. Could be something like that. Yeah, fat brain syndrome. And I think it's really just that I very recently woke up to a lot of things, and it's been very mentally taxing trying to not only keep up with the day-to-day psyops, but also go back and retroactively learn everything. And so sometimes I just get really tired. In the case of RFK, apparently heroin use killed his brain worm. Damn it, dude. That's like one of the few drugs I haven't done is heroin. The system is all fucked up, so broken. I think anything is reversible, truly. Swelling under the membrane. Healthcare system. Yeah. Yeah, the healthcare system is fucked. And that's why I don't want anybody to, like, give me money or donate, because I'm not paying Rockefeller doctors. Have you considered meth? I've actually accidentally done meth before when I was told it was Molly. I was like 19, maybe. So I don't think that works. Meth tastes like how batteries feel when you touch them to your tongue. It's gross. Dude, that's most Molly. I know. Um, yeah, so I'm only bringing all of this up because it's been over a year since my last, I don't know, fainting, loss of consciousness, blackout, whatever you want to call it. The very last time that it happened, I think I had like a small seizure. At least it was described to me by the person that saw me that it looked like I was having a seizure. Um, and yeah, so it's been over a year. But I still get really fucking tired a lot. And it's one of those things where, I could be on top of the world and full of energy, and then all of a sudden there's just like this wave of it just feels like I'm getting drained from my head, and it's like all leaking out through my feet. It's like I can feel the energy just pouring out of me, and like my fill meter just slowly drain. It happens a lot. Now, I will say, um, around that time last year of like the last time that this happened, I got very, very into like, I'm gonna start eating healthy and going to like local farmers and trying to eat like clean food and not as much processed shit, and maybe that'll hopefully help. Um, and I do think it's sort of kind of worked a little bit, in the sense that I do feel better and I don't have those as often. You're also describing EMF hypersensitivity or a targeted individual. Now, that is actually really interesting to me as well, because I've noticed that when I go to like large events, like when I went, anytime I go to a large event that has a lot of people that are using their cell phones and computers and Wi-Fi, I always get sick after. I'm always sick immediately after. Is Joe Trippins the man that had stage 4 prostate cancer? Allopathic doctors sent him home to die. What? I've got a different issue that causes similar issues. Had to have major surgery over a decade ago. Still flares up occasionally, but it leaves me extremely fatigued. Yeah. Excess metals. We all have parasites that eat the metals in our bodies, so parasites isn't necessarily an issue. I'm not a doctor. I stayed at a Motel 8. Cholesterol is the building block for the brain. I eat so many eggs. I eat so many eggs. I thought of that too. Lion's mane mushrooms helps the brain heal. Thanks to you 7Cs, I got Obsidian set up, and it's life-changing. Gracias, my man. Any plugins and themes you'd recommend? Bear Trap, definitely get the advanced canvas plugin. That will allow you to do custom shapes and more colors and change like the way that the lines connect to each other and stuff. And it should help. Shungite and EMF bucket hat helps. I would definitely... Okay, so Shungite is the guy that killed Tupac, right? The person I love the most had seizures. I swear if meds become unaffordable, I'm going to try to start a revolution. So my mom, and I probably shouldn't be disclosing this much family medical history, but my mom has been like dealing with seizures for the past, I think, like 12, 13 years or so. Now she was a very, very bad drug addict. And she's been on all kinds of like SSRIs and antipsychotics and shit. Yeah, he sat on Tupac's neck. But for the last, let's see. Okay, when I first learned about my mom having seizures, it was like 2012. So since then, so it's been like 13, almost 14 years. And I'm wondering if it's like a genetic thing or something. Bro, I swear Shungite makes a big difference if you have type 1 Shungite. The Shungite Shugnite thing again. I mean, aren't they the same thing? Thanks, bro. Canvas plugin. It is. Yeah. Yeah, it's called like Advanced Canvas plugin or something. Have they tried CBD for the seizure? So when I was younger, I did try to smoke with my mom a couple times, and she just would always get like super paranoid. And I think that made her, I mean, she told me that it made her that way when she was like my age at the time. She was always like a big drinker. And essentially, I don't know if her seizures were like a genetic thing, because as far as I'm aware, my grandpa and grandma on her side never had to deal with anything like that. But you know, my mom has been on basically every fucking antipsychotic medication you can think of, from like Abilify, citalopram, all kinds of shit. And she, you know, is basically paranoid that like CBD is gonna get her high or something. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have the closest relationship with my mother because of the kind of person that she is. Um, it's like a love you from a distance kind of thing. Um, and so, oh, it's all good. It's all good. Whenever I speak a lot about things very bluntly, I guess it is. And anytime I bring up something that's like bad about me or my life, it's probably something that I've already come to terms with. You know, it's one of those things where like I love my mother, but I would never trust her to be in my house or with money or to like watch a child or anything like that. But I do love her, you know. She's just not someone you can invite into your life without having to worry about. Has the parent come to terms with it? Probably not. But you know, my mom had like a history of really really shitty things, and when I was in my early 20s, you mean you don't go post all your problems all over social media for the fake feedback? If people will just not get pissed off at me when I like cancel a stream or I like end early or I say I'm getting tired, that's all I want. Is like, look, you can see the fucking, you can see it right now. One of the parents gives CBD for their kid and it cut the seizures by half. Yeah, I do remember seeing about that. It's throbbing. Dude, it's crazy. Look at it. Stressed Eric. Dude, for real, it's the kid sitting there fucking veining out at the desk. It is good. You remind everyone regularly, man. You're all good, friend. We wouldn't be here if not for caring about you. Look at the impact you're making. Literally, the cartoon IRL. Sounds like inflammation, bro. It could be. I love salt. And I was also in that post, I did my absolute best to avoid using the word cancer because I don't fucking know. It could be, but probably not. But I also don't want to know. I don't want to learn that I'm like dying. That just seems really like demoralizing. Like if I'm gonna go out, just fucking, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. We start dying the moment we're born. I would say that we don't start technically dying until our cells start dying faster than they divide. You might have blood stagnation. That could be also. Unfortunately, we got to be our own doctor. That's how it feels. Nothing wrong as well. It's real salt, not iodized. I do believe that I'm probably eating iodized salt. Now for sure, we got to remineralize your water. Dude, thank B17, make sure it's salt from a real harvest. Are you sitting? Wiggle your toes and circulate the blood. I do sit down a lot. I'm almost wondering if I have like an embolism. Now, here's another thing that's really weird. I don't know if this is gonna correlate at all, but I hit my leg, my shin the other day, and it wasn't even like hard. And I got a hematoma, which I'm pretty sure that's just for like old people. Salt added to my late father's heart problems. He could never give it up or change the type. I use pink Himalayan salt. Wiggle them toes. You don't want to have cankles like Donald Hillary Trump. Redmond's pure sea salt, clean, good salt. Lots of it is fine, and we've been lied to about it. Hematoma can kill you. I know, I was worried. How long has your mom been having seizures? I've had 5 seizures in the past, like 5 years, and no one in my family has a history of them. I was on gabapentin, got off like 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure my mom at one point had gabapentin, was taking gabapentin. And she's at least had them since 2012. Don't take aspirin. Ibuprofen might help. See, I was told that low dose aspirin would help. Sounds like weak wound healing you've got going on. I'm pretty sure I may be like immunocompromised and not know it. I get sick very easily, and I don't know. I'm just like, I hurt all the time. It'll help wreck your liver. Just be alert if experiencing severe headaches, vomiting, blurred vision, or confusion. You could have a subdural hematoma. Now, I do get headaches, but that could also be from this shit. Sometimes when I first wake up, I'll like, I'll go to look at something and I see spots sometimes. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. It probably has a lot to do with how much crazy shit you're looking into all the time. Over at AM Wake Up did a show talking about it. Wait, what? Have you thought of Lyme? I haven't. 0 carb, less than 30 carb a day diet helps epilepsy sufferers have less and or no seizures. Now, I will say the best that I think I've ever felt was when I was doing the keto diet, which I've heard like so many conflicting things about it, but it was like I was sleeping 4 hours a night, feeling like I was sleeping 8, like the best sleep of my life. And I was like, on my lunch break at work, I was like running on the treadmill and lifting weights and then going right back to work and stuff. It's been interesting. I'm so happy that everyone here just supports Seven regardless, because he's such a change from the normal fake bullshit influencer stuff. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Somebody was trying to say that I am compromised because I'm sponsored by Elon because I have ad revenue turned on Twitter. And I'm like, I don't think that's exactly the same thing. Start taking real salt and see the difference. Check your iron levels. Could be anemia. I hope I'm not anemic. Could be helpful to exercise more, but not beyond limits. You might have to start doing more walk and talks like Mike Ben, cyber operative. maybe I'll just start streaming outside talking about aliens. Then beet juice can help you with that. Pure aspirin Superfoods is said to help in general. Others have specialized gifts. I hate rebel news, but I don't mind the protests, except them protesting does make the cause look bad. Unless you do acupuncture points, you can acupressure 2 inches above your knee just to the inside of your thigh. What the fuck? Yeah, I got a hematoma. You can still kind of see the bruise a little bit. I'm not going to show you guys, but it was on my shin. So if this is my shin, this is like the front of my shin. It was like this big. It was big. And I like barely hit it. So I'm pretty sure that if I ever get into a fight, I'm probably just going to get punched to death. I'm going to get hit one time and they're going to give me a fucking embolism. And then I'm just going to die. You're compromised by the lizard people and you know it. Walk and talks like Jeff Berwick and Max Eigen. Gaze less screens. Now, I do have, I have blue light blocking filters. We will start asking questions about grifting when you get your own MyPillow promo codes and have Dr. Kirk Elliott on your show. Well, hopefully that'll never happen. Enter a UFC match, it will recalibrate you. Papaya Leaf. Love Dollar Vigilante Jeff Berwick. MyPillow. Yeah, it's I went on Nephilim Death Squad the other day and they were like, the MyPillow guy sent us an email. And I was like, don't do it. Please don't do it. And they didn't. And I was like, that's fucking great. That's awesome. I was telling them, yeah, it's actually really funny because when they subpoenaed Mike Flynn about the election shit in Wisconsin, Mike Lindell was one of his contacts. Not Lynn Wood taught me that. Maybe you got bit by a Bill Gates mRNA vax delivering mosquito. NDS got worried about sponsors thanks to Seven. I mean, they should. Everyone should, because I don't see how sponsorships are any different than like APAC. The dots you're seeing in the morning could be high blood pressure. 110% pure cherry juice does wonders, not the concentrate shit. Lindell and Flynn were the main two involved. Yeah, exactly. I'm an MRI tech. Maybe giant cell arteritis based on the bulging temporal veins and scalp sensations can cause a mass effect on a scan. They just biopsy the area and typically treat with steroids. Yeah, and thank you for that input, because that was the only thing that the doctor said as far as like a possible medical condition. And that's the only reason I remember it. It was temporal arteritis. And I went home, looked at all the shit, and I'm like, okay, well, that explains this. You can see it. And I'm pretty sure, I can't tell if, yeah, you can see it on the other side too. And I'm not straining, like, at all. Steroids are not good. They just did a report. At least they didn't do the protest. Damn, the Dracos did get him. Man, maybe. Is it from the glasses and headphones? No. I started wearing these glasses after I passed out, I think. The headphones, maybe, but they're wired, and I rarely even wear them anyway. Here, you guys want to see my goofy ass ears? But it could be. I don't know. I want to start using red light therapy. I would love to also. Totally the stressed Eric cartoon come to life. Dude, it really does feel that way. I don't know if you guys can see this one, but I'm pretty sure they were trying to make it sound a lot more serious than it was, because they were trying to like refer me and they told me I was gonna die. Well, they didn't tell me I was gonna die. but they were like, you know, it could be worse. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. Under pressure, your head is. Long-term steroid use is not good. Short cycles are okay for inflammation. Do you have high blood pressure? Um, Probably. There he is. What's up, Indy? That Neuralink acting up again. They always do. They want you to take every test because it's easy money. What's up, big man? Dude. I was just telling people about the shit in my head. And it's honestly been great. It's been great. It's something that I haven't really brought up a lot because you know, most people, I don't want to, I want to share it for the sake of candor and not for like you know, feel bad for me because of health problems. And it's always really difficult to find a good way to do that. Um but it has been now at least a year since the last time it happened. So knock on wood somewhere that it doesn't happen again. And I was like, I feel like this is worth sharing because it's been a while. The last time it happened, I'm gonna be completely candid with you guys here. The last time it happened, I had taken some mushroom tea and I was tripping a little bit. And I went to go use the bathroom and fell back, hit the back of my head and my back on the wall, and woke up sitting on the bathroom floor. And yeah, it wasn't good. But I've gotten lightheaded occasionally since then. Um, for the most part, it just seems like sometimes I just have to sit down. And then sometimes I just get like really fucking tired. Like I was completely planning on doing like a live Lies and Ties web stream today, and no more shrooms for you. Haven't done them since. I haven't done them since. Um, and man, it is late here. Need my sleep. Get you some sleep, brother. It's good for you. I think I think the best thing is that I've gotten better. It feels like I've gotten better, but I don't know. It's like sometimes I just get hit with a wave. Could it be POTS? You get lightheaded when you stand up too soon? I do. Cut it off till you're better. What are you, a transparent? What does that mean? Cut what off? Sorry. Um, how is your chemtrail pollution? Oh, there are chemtrails in the skies all the time, and I live close to an airport. Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome is a condition characterized by an excessive increase in heart rate when transitioning from lying down to standing up, often leading to symptoms like, please have it checked. You have been exposed to a lot of EMF and people do not understand how dangerous EMFs are. I do, but who do I go to see? The same doctors that are paid off by the Rockefellers that tell you that EMF doesn't hurt you? Fuck that. Everything you are describing are the same symptoms I have. Wait, what? I ate albino penis envy and passed out last year too. I forgot that we were talking about mushrooms, and I was like, wait, what the fuck did you do? You gotta be your own doctor, bro. That's how it feels. But then, like, okay, say I need to, like, go in there and cut it out. How am I gonna surgery my own head? I can barely eat cereal or, like, anything with a spoon without, like, shaking out half of it. I don't know what this is that like causes my hands to micro shake like this, but I hate it. My mom has the same shit, and it's apparently some nerve disorder, but I've never like gotten it looked at. Although it didn't start for me until after when I was all right, so when I was 19, I got put on Abilify for reasons. And it made me like super fucking restless, and I constantly had to be like bouncing my legs or doing something with my hands or something. And it was like so bad to the point where I was riding a bike for like 4 or 5 hours just to get tired enough to feel normal. And I stopped Abilify about a month or two into it because of that. And since then, I've had this like shaky thing where like when I focus on my hands, or I'm like trying to concentrate with my hands, they get all fucking shaky. These are all symptoms of electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Yeah, and it fucking sucks. Box crap is going to be crap in, crap out. Little public service announcement. Boxed crap. Avoid allopathic medical doctors. Maybe search for a holistic, naturopathic doctor, a doctor who embraces the body's ability to heal. Please stop using 5G. I mean, I'm about as not using it as I can be. I even live in like a bad reception area. Go get an MRT done. So when they were doing it, they did this MR, it was kind of like an MRI, but they like pumped me full of something that made me feel like I pissed myself. Could be the 400,000 satellites above all of us covering the planet with EMF. And that's where I'm like, how am I supposed to stop my EMF exposure? Maybe Sabrina Wallace can provide insights into your condition. Yeah, I Monday I was supposed to follow up with a couple people from Sabrina's circle, and she has a couple videos that I need to watch. And go fishing and show us some whoppers. Do a heavy metal detox. You could try the X39 Life Wave patch, which reverses aging. I don't know about all that. That seems like some transhumanism stuff. Ethernet connection? Then how do I stream? I don't. I mean, okay, so how do you can? What? The metals bring on worse symptoms. POTS can cause high levels of adrenaline, and it causes shaky hands. I was tested for POTS and found out I have Addison's disease. My adrenals do not work anymore. That's the contrast dye that does it. Yeah. Yeah, so they pumped me full of contrast dye and sent me for a scan after my initial scan. Like they scanned my head for something, and then they were like, "All right, we got to do another scan, but we got to pump you full of this shit." You can do everything with Ethernet connection? Oh, I see. I thought you were telling me to get rid of my Ethernet connection. I was like, then what the fuck am I supposed to use? Fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. There is no escaping this hellhole. That's what it kind of feels like. It's a lonely journey when you finally see beyond the veil. I just started taking this high-end natural adrenal stuff. Those dyes are all heavy metals. Well, they use the big needles. See, I always had a theory that whatever they were putting in me for the MRI was probably what made me sick. I was like, nah, there's something. Apparently, I have gout. Sucks because the only thing that helps when it hits is pharma medication. Fuck. What do you do for gout? Can't you? Yes, they gave me the exact same tests. You might be right. Consider nothing, especially when they promote or legalize crap. No folding allowed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fuck that. And anything that, especially now, have you guys seen that they're like trying to get rid of doing like animal trials and shit? Rumble keeps kicking tonight. That's crazy because we're not even talking about anything that wild. What is this? Now Leap? I'm gonna check it out, but this is not an endorsement of whatever this is. I don't endorse anything. Ever. Here's my theory. Genetic dispositions are targeted via nanotech already inside our bodies, which trigger rare unknown medical conditions. Just catching up. Have you checked your heart? I don't know how. How do I check my heart? If your body is in an alkaline state, you won't get gout. It's complete food drug sensitivity testing. Yeah, I've never done this. The only thing I know is that I have O positive blood. How many boosters did you get? I didn't get no fucking boosters. That's not true. What? A baby whole owned by a pharma company doesn't exactly have human or animal rights yet. Disconnect everything wireless. I mean, the only other thing that I can do is like turn off my phone. Dude actually has a heart, unlike every other influencer grifting for Trump or MAGA. He's fine. Anything after 7 is deadly. It is true unless you were injected with gout. What the fuck? Avocado pit tea kicks gout? Turn off my phone. I mean, I can. Go away. How the fuck? Off. So I'm thinking they're openly working against animal testing. They have a backup plan. Please ground yourself as much as possible. I've made it a point to go out there and walk around barefoot and shit like that, lay in the grass. Gout is the buildup of uric acid in your body that creates crystals in your joints, which inflames them. What the fuck? Powdered dehydrated pits. Look it up. Killer mRNA mosquitoes got to 7. Maybe. I do get mosquito bites a lot, and apparently they're attracted to O positive blood. That's what I've heard. My water filter makes the water alkaline and takes out fluoride. Does seem to help some. Crimson, you need more minerals you get from salt and to keep your body in an alkaline state. That's why I lick batteries all the time. Grounding is healing. Walk barefoot outside every day. I just purchased grounding sheets from Amazon. Are they made of trees? Like through CRISPR babies? What about CRISPR babies? I gotta go outside and ground myself. Maybe I'll go outside after stream's over today. Maybe I'll go outside after we're done streaming. So with this so this MRT, is this like what they did in the movie The Thing, where they were like, all right, so we're gonna zap the blood, and if it jumps, you're gay. We tested for West Nile here. I hate mosquitoes. The magic answer is obviously to eat Tide Pods regularly. Maybe I should ask Grok if it's true. I'm electrosensitive and grounding saved my life. Good. I ground outside for 20 minutes almost daily. They'll make both superior humans and basic test tube NPC humans for the brave new world tiered human future. Fake and gay. I'm doing just fine. I haven't had gout attack in 5 years. Again, tart cherry juice, kombucha, and turmeric are your only way to fight gout. It's that simple. You got to be careful with the turmeric, though, because Indians put lead in it, apparently. And lead is good for blocking EMF signals, but probably not very good for your body. Disconnect and go out in my garden, filter water, take potassium iodine by Lugo for thyroid. Work in the yard, bare feet. My feet are getting wider because of being barefoot all the time, unless I have to go into town. Yeah, ask it. The computer has all your answers. Should I? So, I like never use AI, but I do think it'd be really funny if I just asked Grok if I was dying and see what it said. Like, give no context at all. Just be like, Grok, am I dying? Just see what it says. Turmeric does not work for everyone. Turn the router off at night and cell phone also. What about like the EMF pouches? Yep, we're all dying. So, do you guys know that smell that old people have? That smell is the smell of decomposition. When your cells start dying at an Grok, am I what's up, Himbo? Ben Gay? No, Ben Shapiro. I can see how mothball smell. Yeah, that mothball smell is so as you age, your cells start decaying and dying faster than they divide. And when you get really old, you can start to smell it. And that is what old people smell is. You are smelling them dying. No, the Bengay smell old people have. What's that northern gift they gave to their population? What? I smell like Werther's? I like Werther's. 60% of Americans are sick. Now all the stuff they do from chemtrails, drugs, GMO, water additives, seed oils. Yep. Could I drop the link? The link to what? That's why babies smell like heaven. Yeah, because they're undying. They're what millennials smell like soy. What does soy smell like? Babies smell like pineapple shit? What the fuck? Hydrocarbon smell. Hydrocarbon, hide your wife. Or never mind, that was bad. It smells gay. Pineapple? I mean, my neighbor smells like piss. So, oh, if your neighbor smells like piss, that must be where all of my jars go. Hey, I like soy. Doesn't soy make you a woman? I heard soy lecithin gives you tits. Seven C's, take it seriously. You do not want to become electrosensitive. It will ruin your life. I mean, I don't know how I'm not taking it seriously. I tell people about EMF. I have an EMF shield. I live in a very bad reception area. I don't know what else I could do besides like trying to shoot down the satellites. AI made you a song? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this now? Seven C's bumped his head. Oh, God. Let's hear it.
Seven seas bumped his head, but he's not sure about the med bed. He gets tired and he's wired, so he won't quit, digging for truth bit by bit. Any topic he makes a map, lies and ties brings it all back. Friends are at sea, no cap, he's on the right track. The truth he is sharing makes people start caring. Subscribe to Seven Seas, share the streams please. You'll start learning, looking, checking, declaring. The global AI agenda is glaring.
Let's go. Let's go. I like it. 5G is deadly. I know. All for big jugs on chicks. What the fuck? Pretty sure you have to drink lots of soy to get boobs. Don't do that. Estrogen, too much of it will give men boobs. Do you notice any new 5G towers? We have them popping up all over here near garden centers, schools, churches. It's terrible. I will say that when I am out and about, I'm usually pretty aloof. So I wouldn't notice if there were. I don't know if that makes sense. But usually, like, when I'm going somewhere, I'm just, like, focused on where I'm going. And so I rarely pay attention. We all have levels of microplastics in us, too, though. That's true. It's short, but don't get your hopes up. It is AI, after all. Dina, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. I will make sure that... where is my EMF pouch? I think it's over on my bed. And I've tested it and stuff too. Like I'll go to like play a video and then I put it in the pouch and the phone just stops fucking working. Now if I could get my partner to also use the EMF pouch all the time, we might be in business. Unless big tits are known for combat, you'll have to wait for that CRISPR update. I hate that AI is entertaining. I mean, me too. That's really all I can say. It's when people start to use it for anything outside of like little shitty niche gimmicks. Like when people use it for research, I'm like, well, you're just creating a redundancy for yourself because you could just go learn it from the sources the AI is pulling it from. And if you're not doing that, then you're not verifying what AI is telling you. So you might as well just go straight to the source and look at sources manually. Because that was a point of contention I had with a couple of people. I know a few researchers who claim to use AI during research. I fundamentally and on a foundational level disagree with this. Like when Grok lies to everyone that they use, and they use that to apply how much reach you get. Exactly. Who or what makes it accurate? I would say that a company... So XAI is basically ran by technocrats, coded by Indians, funded by Israel. AI is biased? Yeah. You should use an offline LLM and train it on legit sources. I would love to, but then how do I share it with other people without it getting skewed? AI Bigfoot vlog is kind of entertaining, no real harm, it's dumb shit. Yeah, and like, if it could just be a toy, that'd be great. But they take it, maybe another rewrite or reset push. They just learn to narrow your search fields. Words aren't that hard. Google Voice? What? Well, so people will say like, I use AI to, you know, do the research, get the quick and dirty, and then I can go verify everything later. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of studies about people using AI, and as far as I'm aware, even the use of AI, even the infrequent use of AI, every single time that you're doing it, you're relenting your mental agency, and very, very rapidly, it starts to condition your brain to rely on that. You get the dopamine hit anytime you get the instant gratification, just like with social media. Libraries are still amazing to research history. Microfiche. Yeah, the reason why, like, printed books and libraries and, like, physical files are great is because somebody in DC or the CIA can't just push a button and wipe the shit. AI makes connections that aren't there, such as relating different articles on a web page. Yeah, exactly. Elon, one of the biggest people behind AI, he says that they're already to the point where they're creating synthetic data. And what that means is they are essentially taking all of the data they've been fed and using that to extrapolate new data. Where I come from, back in my day, we called that making shit up. We called that making shit up. Grok companion mode will increase the suicides or just F people up. I agree. Grok told me Jeff Epstein was most likely innocent. Well, case closed. Phil is in the same commie fake country as me where taxation is theft and gay. All taxation is theft and gay. What do you know about that Dewey Decimal, son? I know that there's like some numbers and then like the author's name or something. I don't remember the specifics, but I know it has to do with names and numbers. And that's how you find books. Predictive analytics. I just got home, need to tinkle. What? Make sure you save it in a jar. It'll come in use later. You can use it to make Himbo's neighbor smell bad. AI just makes people who do real research even less credible and more tinfoil hats. It's sad. I know. The Georgia Guidestone said reduce the population to 550 million. What? AI is making people lose ambition and determination. Yes. I oppose every state. Me too. Oh, 500 million. I got you. See, when you said 550 million for the population, for some reason in my head, I just thought America. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's more than there are people. Yeah, this is a eugenics operation. It 1000% is. Is David Corbo as gay in real life as he is online? I will say that I spent probably a collective 8 or 9 hours around David Corbo, and he never once looked at my checked me out, or I mean, wait, they got more famous being gone? What? My dude. Well, look, I mean, here's the thing too, right? Like they gave me an appearance, and I was expecting that they were going to be like, all right, well, now you're going to be indoctrinated into the Joe Rogan adjacent gay sphere. And when it didn't happen, I was like, do you guys not like me or something? What's going on here? Is it because I called out all of Sam Tripoli's friends? No, but they're all right. They're all right. They're good people. They've only been good to me, and we don't agree on everything, but I think they largely understand the problem. 3 of the main people behind AI are Brad Smith. He's from Microsoft. Anna McIntyre and Marvin Minsky. Seven Seas Miss Tinkle Bell on Booma's show. What is it? The Tinkle Bell? Do I want to know? Are you saddened or happy that Raven didn't make a move? I am glad that he didn't make a move because I'm not gay. And that would have been weird. AI courts, unfortunately, in the future. Yep. Agenda 2030 wants global population of 500 million. Wait. Georgia Guidestones had engraved on them its own 10 commandments, one of which was depopulation. Yeah, and then some vandal came and destroyed them, right? You're better off. Granddaughter in high school won't use AI because it's plagiarism. Good. Appreciate actually answering the question. You're welcome. I try to keep up with streams. Sometimes you guys talk a little too fast for me to keep up, but I do try my best. And I'm not one of those ones that's going to say, well, I'm not even going to acknowledge you unless you super chat me, because fuck that. That's exactly what they basically do now, is you gotta pay to play, and fuck that. That doesn't give everyone an equal voice. AI is already being used in the courts now. It is. And a lot of people aren't aware that AI getting infused in the government, that happened years ago. Biden has signed legislation into law that's allowed AI to get infused into like the Department of Homeland Security and shit like that, the DOJ, the FBI. We are the carbon they want to reduce. Correct. I grew up before the internet. I miss those times. It was simple and people interacted with each other. I remember very vividly being able to just like go outside and make friends as a kid, while also at the same time getting the maximum, like, don't put anything online, you're gonna get kidnapped by pedophiles and stuff. And very weird time, right? It was like, hey, don't share anything about yourself on the internet, but you can go outside until sundown without a cell phone, without anything to keep tabs on you. Now it's like, don't trust anybody in person, but share everything about yourself online. When did that flip? Did you hear the rumors about Kash Patel and Michael Muldoon being in a relationship? Fuck no. I didn't hear about that. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if Kash Patel was gay. How else does he shack up with someone like Bonji? I think Bongino's gay too. I think Bongino power bottoms for Eric Prince. I have zero evidence on that, by the way. Herbert Simon of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I need to look up that Anna Mankinju and the other person. Who is the other person? Marvin Minsky. I think it flipped after I got catfished. Just a bike and friends, and we would disappear all day till the lights came on. Yes, it was so good. And now now the internet is the only place you can go that's safe, and everyone in real life are the danger. That's where these kids have gotten fucked up. That's where they've flipped the script. You've already looked them up before. Anna Mankinju. The Anna Mankinju sounds familiar. And you've linked them stuff, or you've linked me stuff about them before. Her growing interest in the societal impact of artificial intelligence led her to OpenAI. Initially serving as vice president of global affairs, Mankinju is shaping the organization's engagement with international bodies. Oh no. That's not good. What the fuck? How do they not know when she was born? Anna Mankinju, born 1975 or 1976. What? '47. Okay. Weird. 2002. Oh, thank you for the subscription, brother. Or lady, brother. Hit me up if you think of one. I'll let you know. Everyone used to talk about them all the time. They've been destroyed, but now, of course, we know the agenda goes on. Kurt Metzger was tweeting about it. Kash Patel then about his beard. His beard hot Israeli wife. What? When that Chingy song came out. Holiday Inn? Oh, right there. Yeah, I do remember that one. Kids today won't know what a stick or dirt is. The Epstein story is really about AI more than anything else. I would say both AI and transhumanism. I think Epstein, the reason that Epstein is so important and why they just want it to go away is that Epstein was involved with institutional banking, secret societies, eugenics, transhumanism, AI, technocracy, digital surveillance, blackmailing. He was part of the war shit. He was part of Iran-Contra, and also all the AI shit. And that's before you get into the international, like, sex trafficking and child trafficking stuff. Like, that stuff is also as important. But they don't give a shit about that. They really just don't want you to understand that all of this shit converges at this one place where everyone that's pushing AI, everyone that's part of the banking scheme, everyone that's part of technocracy, all these people are all in on the agenda together. And Epstein was like the knot that like ties all of it together and implicates all these people. Not only are they sick, sadistic pedophiles, but also the agenda. And I think the agenda is what they're really worried about covering up. What was actually happening under Zorro Ranch? Yeah, the island is one thing. What was happening under the ranch? Why did they fill that shit full of concrete? What are they hiding there? That's the important stuff. Just got here, started stream from the beginning, heard you talk about the bugs in your skin. Have you ever seen the movie Bug with Michael Shannon? Let's hope that's not what you're in for. I don't think I have bugs in me. It just feels that way. And I think what it is like whatever's going on in my head is like growing or moving or something like that. Sees you crazy? Yes. Yes, that I won't deny. Frontier Model Forum, a new partnership to promote responsible AI. Anthropic, which just got a $200 million contract, so did Google, so did Microsoft, so did OpenAI, and so did XAI. Are you familiar with Juliette Bryant? I have seen stuff from her, and there's a really popular interview with her and Richard Willett, and Rich and I have discussed it a couple times. I still have to talk to her, though. I think she's busy talking to Blair White. So, you know, I gotta get in line behind the trans if I want to talk to people. Right around the time the DC sniper started killing people and the public became scary. Aurora, Colorado made the theater scary. Shit just got dark after 2001. Yeah, really, I think 9/11 was the turning point. Epstein was normal in the system/establishment. Just a typical good-hearted billionaire philanthropist. True, Epstein funneled money for Robert Maxwell's pension stealing shenanigans. Did money stuff for Les Wexner too. You're okay, the rest of the world that screwed up. Maybe. If you scroll down on that link, you'll see both Anna Minkaju and Brad Smith quoted among a few others. There she is. Advanced AI technologies have the potential to profoundly benefit society. So see, this is where they invert everything. So when she says benefit society, what she means is kill us. I agree, it's okay. We all are who we are right now as long as we get the word out authentically. Are you familiar with Danny Katz and Emily Moyer? They cover similar lies and ties webs that you cover. They did a great show about Ian Carroll months back on their Words podcast. I haven't, but I would be interested to watch that because I fucking hate Ian Carroll. Hate's a strong word. Ian Carroll annoys me with his existence. If he would just be different. I got the mug I ordered from you. It's the best. Dude, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. I hope you drink many coffees out of it, and I hope that you take it to work with you and drink it in front of people. Drink out of it in front of people. In the movie Bug, Michael Shannon plays an ex-military guy that is convinced they MK Ultra'd him and put bugs in his skin. It eventually drives him and lover crazy with fear of surveillance. Now, I do think I'm being spied on. It's not to the point where, like, it's anything crazy. But I have the picture somewhere. About a year ago, these people came by and they were... I don't know what they were doing. They claimed to be from the water company, but they didn't have any branding. And when they came out, they stuck a little stake in my yard, and the stake said fucking CIA on it. I don't know what that was about. Ian Carroll's an absolute piece of shit. I've said the exact same thing, and he was like, yeah, you're really bringing together by just taking everything that I think and say and believe and boiling it down to me being a piece of shit. And I was like, I'm sorry. Maybe if everything you said and thought and believed and paraded around, about a year ago, you got this issue with your head. No, about a year ago is when I stopped passing out and blacking out and shit. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the picture of that stake, because I took it when they put it there, and I was like, why does this say CIA on it? I gotta turn my phone back on. I apologize. Dina. But it's on... Go away. It's on here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, that's all the Obsidian stuff. Oh, by the way, if you guys ever put Obsidian on your phone, don't. It'll just... All your pasted images are just going to end up in your gallery. And then it'll be super hard for you to find fucking anything. I'm getting there. It's around here somewhere. Maybe it was further back. I don't know how to fucking find. I never use my phone for this shit. Let's see here. May. Oh shit. That is trippy. 7 Seas, kind of like spooky mind games type stuff. That's what it feels like. Like, I didn't think anything of it back then because I wasn't exactly like doing anything to like do research or spread the truth or anything. I was still like living my normie life. I was game streaming on YouTube is how normified I was. Man, where is it? I can't find it. I'll find it for you guys one day and I'll put it on there. I wonder if I can search it. Maybe steak? No? Let me try searching CIA and see if it'll pick it up. Nope. Okay. All right. That'll be another thing that we come back to. But I swear I have a picture of it somewhere. Are you... Let's see. 9/11 was right when a look to the future Microsoft antitrust settlement happened, paving the way for what is happening now with AI. That was when, that was the Internet Explorer thing, wasn't it? The ending is open-ended on whether true or not. I got the mug I ordered from, oh, fuck yeah. Owen Benjamin doesn't like Ian too much either. Owen Benjamin and I have talked about how much both of us dislike Ian. I think Epstein is more about eugenics than anything. A lot of billionaires were into it. Peter Nygaard was hardcore into eugenics. I think eugenics is like the part they don't want people to know. Because essentially that means that all of their plans are going to be based on race and who exactly is part of it. And the eugenics just proves that. Well, I'll reach out to Danny Katz and see if she can share the Ian Carroll episode with you. That would be amazing. I'd also be happy to go in there and talk to them about Ian Carroll. C. George Church, Esther Dyson, and Chris Mason. Ian Carroll and Candace say enough truth to create trust with exposing stuff, but I literally just watched Candace tell her followers that Trump is just surrounded by bad people. That's what... Do you remember when Ian Carroll said that Trump and Susie Wiles were trying to do a coup on Netanyahu? I can never say Trump is the bad guy, even though there's never been an example of Trump being anything other than a Nepo a-hole. Mind games is what CIA does. I agree. Mossad too. It's a beautiful side. I don't hate Ian Carroll. I just despise everything about his character, from the stupid mustache to the way he dresses and everything he says ever. Ian Carroll reminds me of that guy from Queen. The gay guy from Queen. He seems a little bit different when he came out. Maybe someone made him a deal. Please protect your head with an EMF hoodie when you start feeling the attack. Aren't those expensive? Targeted individual. I won't. It sucks you had to experience that. Good to know it was not too Ian Carroll tongues random mince balls. How did Ian Carroll's keg party go? About as well as the fake fight between Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. Ichabod Crane looking motherfucker. He is really tall, from my understanding. Owen Benjamin is sketchy, sketchy, sketchy. I don't pay attention to those weirdos like Owens, Carroll. Epstein was definitely into eugenics, but he was more into money laundering. I don't know. I kind of think he was super fucking hard into eugenics also. It was the Internet Explorer thing, but extends to operating systems, data, AI. Yeah, because was it Windows 98 that started that whole antitrust thing? Or was it XP? I'm pretty sure it was, or it might have been even Windows NT, Windows 2000 or something. Have you reached out to Matthew Rife, the Royal Rife machine guy? He goes into shows. He goes on to shows, tell him about your EMF issues. See, but isn't the Rife machine just another form of EMF? That's what confuses me. How the fuck is it supposed to help me if it's just more EMF? Ian Carroll told Derek Bros that he thinks Melania was trafficked to Trump and is hopefully whispering it in his ear at night to dismantle the trafficking operation. Yeah, okay. Okay. The last time I went to the doctor, he wanted to draw blood for, I don't know, I told him I have superior genetics and don't want the transhumans to get a hold of my code. Say no to Obsidian, right? I heard Candace say yesterday and today she sincerely believes Trump is not on the Epstein list. Dude, that's fucking retarded. Said Trump probably protecting those on Epstein's list, not himself, but others. Both Ian Carroll and George Webb are very tall, met at the Old State Saloon. That is true. That is true. George Webb went and hung out with Ian Carroll at the Old State Saloon after he gave his talk on Epstein, right? Try the EE system. It works for me. The Microsoft antitrust case centered on the bundling of its Internet Explorer browser with the Windows operating system involved several versions of Windows, including 95, 98, and NT. Yeah, okay. Okay. That's kind of what I remembered. Carol was likely hatched under Zorro Ranch. I didn't say that. But now that you mention it, Trump is Orange Jeebus, so everything he says has to be true. Wasn't Melania one of Ghislaine's bunnies? Probably. I used to trust George Webb. Doesn't he also have that other guy that does like crowdsource the truth or something? NPR was also conceived in Racine at Wingspread. Like vibrations can cancel out. Maybe you get a few of those suckers and make a safe space for yourself. As for EMF, everything is EMF, including your heart. Some frequencies are good, some are bad. So it's not one of the ones that damages DNA. Because from my understanding, the way the EMF kills you is it causes cancer by damaging your DNA and its ability to replicate. That's my understanding of EMF. What causes cancer? Your DNA's not being able to replicate. Essentially, it starts breaking down, and that's what causes cancer cells. But now George Webb says that Mike Benz is right, and Epstein is just Iran-Contra. What the fuck? Jason Goodman was George's partner, then they split. Oh. Because Jason was following me for a while, but I was like, no. Also, there are no special EMF rooms for special testing. Linus Tech Tips went into one. I'd sit in one. I would sit in one. I really want to get an EMF reader. Jason was good on walking around New York City showing hospitals completely empty when news was broadcasting. Hospitals are overwhelmed. Orange is 33 in gematria. Stop. Stop. Why is he orange? Is it for Freemasonry? I heard the color orange is Freemasonry. Unnaturally high frequencies definitely make your cells freak out. You mean like tetrahertz? Natural EMF are good for you. Man-made EMF are detrimental for your health. EMF readers are cheap. But I want to get a good one. But even the Earth itself has a specific EMF frequency, aka the Schumann resonance. And that's the thing they're trying to replace. Gigahertz, megahertz. EMF causes diabetes too. I saw a doctor in 2005 sit in front of a Congress saying 4G causes heart damage and diabetes and cancer. Good call in saying no to Jason Goodman. Be aware he will record every call or interaction with him and wants to dox to initiate tort. That's the other thing with all of the people from like the Mike Flynn extended universe, right? I go by a pseudonym to keep crazy people from showing up to my house. And every single time I call one of them out, the first thing they want me to do is tell them my name. Like, are you stupid? Do you think I'm stupid? I know the government knows who the fuck I am. I know the government knows my name and where I live and when I take a shit. But I'm not telling you guys. You guys are fucking nuts. Show up to my house. Yeah, right. Get out of here, Ann Vandersteel, you bitch. Any other podcast extended universes I should look up? I mean, there's a lot, but I think that Mike Flynn is one of the main, like his group, right? I don't want to put Flynn on this like pedestal that he is like some master genius guy that has it all figured out, right? He is another operative on behalf of these people, but is very well connected and very well trained and has access to a lot of shit. And essentially it's him and like people like Foster Coulson and I would even argue to say that if you want a good one that handles a lot of like big streamers, these aren't necessarily political streamers per se, but there's Night Media, and Night Media was basically propped up by the guy that's responsible for like Fox Broadcasting becoming huge. There was a guy that came into Fox under Rupert Murdoch and basically made Fox super fucking popular in like the late 90s to early 2000s. And that guy, he ended up, stepping away from his post at Fox and dumping a bunch of money into this thing called Night Media that now handles people like Hassan Piker and Kai Cenat and Asmongold and all those people. So that's another one. But as far as the like truther podcast space, there used to be Tenant Media. I'm sure there's still some sort of like similar outfit there. MG Show. What's MG Show? Did you see Owen's posted 5 hours ago? I didn't. Is that Candace Owens? Or Owens, like Owen Benjamin? A president with an orange face. I guess it triumphs with dementia. One with dementia. This world's strange. Nope. Run from artist. He's bad egg. Steals others' research and presents it as his own, sadly. I remember you saying it, but the content is legit. See, it's kind of difficult with that. Like, one thing that is difficult for me is, okay, as somebody who has very recently, become aware and has started sharing information in the last year, right? What can I research that other people haven't? I think that's where I sort of get confused with like the like stealing research, right? So if it's the truth doesn't like belong to anybody. And it seems like it's very difficult to really understand who deserves credit for stuff. Because, okay, so if somebody's doing research and they're sourcing like CIA files, would that not be stealing the CIA's work when you're doing research? I think Flynn may be connected to Knights of Malta. Definitely something to do with the Rotary Club for sure. This is why I sent you info on Whitney Webb, because not many have ever attempted it. You did? Uh, we're stepping on the soldiers of shoulders? It's not my ideas. The conspiracy world as a whole benefits and then ultimately dissects all these ideas. I DM'd you on the weekend. Joe Schmitz is the Knights of Malta connection, according to Deny the Mark. Owen's. So it was it Owen? Owen Benjamin. From 5 hours ago. Candace Owens? Trump calls his supporters stupid for believing the Epstein hoax. Now it's time to ask the question, who is he protecting? Speaking of Whitney Webb, you should do a deep dive on Burning Man. Let me see if I can find it. I research stuff, but it is not mine. I don't take credit. Maybe presenting it as your own, like you did the actual studies lab work. So that's where I still get kind of confused, is the point behind like researching something and sharing it with people. Is it for the sake of information, or is it for the sake of credit? Oh, it was Owen Benjamin. Okay. Owen drew his version of Obama and Biden on an envelope. What the fuck? I'm late to the party, but noticed Health Talk earlier. Get EMF rocks, bags, and throw them around your pad. Also, give H2O2 therapy a shot with 35% food grade. Isn't H2O2 hydrogen peroxide? Depends how much credit you're getting, perhaps for the sake of distraction. So for me, and this is just my like personal outlook on everything. Everything that I research, I'm okay with people stealing it, ripping it, calling it their own, as long as A, they tell the truth and don't compromise the integrity of the search. And two, they don't try to spin it into like a narrative that it's not. You know, like Like, if I'm presenting research, I don't want someone to take that and then run with it to try to explain to people why Peter Thiel is awesome, right? But I also don't want them to leave stuff out. So, like, if I'm, you know, sharing information about, like, the Jeffrey Epstein, Ehud Barak, Peter Thiel, Carbine 911, right? I don't want to be like Ian Carroll and talk about it in length on an Elon ratio and then have someone leave out Peter Thiel for the entire thing. Because then that's just dishonesty. In the grifter fake media space, it's all about making money off special information. If you're doing all kinds of work in zero credit, then when Carol shows up and gets all the views, it's way too high to ingest for most stuff. I say most. I am a believer in that as therapy, though. 100% you have to get your version heard. If you do a deep dive on Burning Man, there is a big overlap with Steve Outrim and LARP Wars. Ooh, I know about the LARP Wars. I know about the LARPer Wars. I've read most of it. When I say most of it, I would say probably half. Maybe half. That's the paradox of offer information. We can only give the information, not control what others do with it. Access journalism. That's what they're calling it. Fuck that. The truth should be free. Under every circumstance. That's why I don't like people hiding stuff behind like a paywall. And I don't like I started to create a Patreon and then I was like, wait a minute. All I'm doing here is basically extorting people for money with the truth. And I don't want to do that either. Sometimes it costs people their lives to reveal the truth, so the courage and bravery is notable. Once it's out in the public domain, it usually has changed consciousness already. Exactly, fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. By the way, your interview with Drew Treglio was great. He seems to get it, as does Legalman. Yeah, I'd love to have Legalman on for an interview at some point and talk to him, because we seem to see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. I think that there is... It's so weird because it seems like there are people that I will agree 99% with, and then it's like one thing. Like Jack Cruz today. I came across this like really fucking awesome thread that he did that like lays out Epstein and talks about like the Blackstone Group and like JP Morgan and transhumanism, and like all of this stuff breaks down like how institutions and foundations sort of help steer like public perception and shit. Loved all of it. We disagree on Bitcoin. Did you look any further into FLETC after your Sandy Hook stream? I haven't. And that is literally just because like the past week or so, I've been really struggling. I have some health stuff that makes me like really, really lethargic. And this whole week has been kind of shit for me. I do have it bookmarked though, to go back to it, so that I can look, but that's the whole reason I had to cancel yesterday. But me and Wheezy are supposed to be doing a stream tomorrow as well, and I definitely want to bring it make it a point to bring that back up, because I don't think we explored it as far as we should have. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. We also welcome all to expose their scene, but they should not lie, obfuscate, contaminate, use it to dox or lie about and block the primary source sharing the truth for years. The truth should be free. I agree. And that's why I'm always telling people like, look, I don't need fucking credit for the shit that I'm doing. I don't need money. Like, Don't worry about that. You guys fucking steal it. I don't care. If you literally want to go to, like, you can search my account for the word Dropbox, download my webs, copy them, make them your own, do whatever the fuck you want to do with them. Just make sure that you're telling the truth. That's all I give a shit about. Catching up on the stream, you may have something called giant cell arteritis. Maybe. I do know, I don't know if you can still see it. You see that? It looks like temporal arteritis, but I don't know. They either haven't researched something or are limited hangout, especially if they aren't open to alternative perspectives. The only sorry, I got easily distracted. But like with the Jack Cruz post, right? I agree with everything basically that he said there, except for the Bitcoin thing. And I don't know why he thinks that Bitcoin is like this magical freedom money or whatever, but everything else he says, I absolutely agree with. And like Derek Bros. Me and Derek Bros agree on a lot of shit. Derek likes Monero. I don't. I enjoy Wheezy too. He seems authentic. I agree. No one should not take your work, then slander you in the process, or worse, to manipulate narratives or outcomes. That is a fair point. I'd venture to say if you looked into Jack Cruz more, you'd disagree with more than 1%. Well, okay, I meant, I guess I was embellishing the percentage of with which I agree with people. You know, it seems like there's so many people that have a very good idea of the big picture. And then there's like little things where I'm like, no. Info should be free, but your time is valuable. 7, don't feel bad monetizing some of your show. Oh, I mean, I'm definitely going to have ads on. It's when I never want anybody in my audience to feel compelled to financially support me for any reason. I like physical currency I can hold without AI knowing what I have. Bitcoin equals everything as a computer. Yeah. Bitcoin is just the Trojan horse for digital currency. If anyone tries to convince you otherwise, it's because they're holding and they want to take your money. I like physical. In my case, where possible, I like to include primary sources for anything I share. Secondhand sources confuse the information. Make a 7 hat or something so people can promote you IRL. I have merch. Most people don't know, though, because I never promote it. And the like 2 or 3 times that I have, people were saying that I was a grifter. And I'm like, I'm selling a shirt for $25 and I get like $5 of the $25 and you get a t-shirt. I didn't think that was that bad. I'm watching ads for 7Cs. No, don't watch ads. Go download an ad blocker right now and don't sit through the ad shit. That shit sucks. It does suck when you agree with almost everything with someone, then one thing is like, what in the fuck? Yes! Exactly. They passed CBDC and it's on Trump's desk to sign. I don't want it. Oh, the Genius Bill. The Genius Bill. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy that every single time... No problem. I'm a researcher too, and there are a few other researchers that I like enough to listen to, but I'd be interested to see what you find with FLETC. Let's see here. A Bureau of the United States Treasury. why is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center part of the Treasury? Genius Act passed last evening. Stablecoins can be issued by crypto companies, but the Federal Reserve will control it. So they did a roundabout to CBDC. Yeah. I love how the executive order, when Trump signed it, that banned CBDC, all the Trump supporters, I remember getting into it with a couple of them and saying, you don't understand what's going on. Do you know about BCCIs and stablecoins? And they were like, he's banning CBDC. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Tether is going to be the CBDC. Solana is going to be the CBDC. Oh, Pastel, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. But yeah, that is really. So does it still fall under transferred from the U.S. Department of Treasury to the newly established Department of Homeland Security, but only after 9/11? YouTube won't let you use an ad blocker. They make you take it off. Okay, so I always hate having to do this because Mark Andreessen was partially responsible for the existence of Firefox, but Firefox will let you install an ad blocker and sponsor blocker plugin that works. So like, even when people go to like do their sponsors and shit, it'll skip that. I don't know how that works, but it's great. Trust rep Tim Burchett because he rides a skateboard. Yeah, I've seen a couple people talk about Tim Burchett in the last day or so. Was it the Epstein stuff as to why he came up? And he's talking about the crypto bills.
Clarity Act of 20.
I think we're at read on channel there.
Yes, sir. Hey, everybody. Tim Burchett. 3 bills. The Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025, the one everybody's concerned about it. It passed. The Genius Act, Senator Hagerty passed as well. That protects consumers by establishing a robust reserve requirements to maintain transparency. And the final one, when I was concerned about, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act. It codifies one of the President Trump's executive orders, but it ensures that the Federal Reserve cannot mobilize itself into a retail bank with the ability to collect personal financial data. I've talked to a lot of really conservative folks. Afraid this is like Revelation's mark of the beast, and it's just more control by government, and we don't need it. We need capitalism and free market thinking.
So when I hear him say that, what I hear is, the Federal Reserve that already has all of your financial information anyway. So we don't need a CBDC, and that's why we should go with stable coins. That's what I'm picking up from this. Is this guy trying to be like a junior Thomas Massey? Like a little Thomas Massey? Who was the other guy that used to skateboard? He was from Texas. I forget his name. But who was that? There was a guy from Texas that was running, I think he was running against Beto O'Rourke. That's who it was. Yeah. That's who he reminds me of on the skateboard. Both Kash Patel, Dan Bongino are sold as alpha males, but they seem extraordinarily gay. I am almost 1000% convinced that Dan Bongino has been had by Eric Prince. I have no ad block on the Android, just my laptop. Beto O'Rourke, Kash is gay. Very gay. Kash Yap Patel. Here's a very little known fun fact. You guys know when Matt Gaetz was being investigated for trafficking a minor across state lines? One of the companies that he was paying for consultation was called Trishul. And Trishul is registered and owned by Kash Patel. Now, what is it exactly that Kash Patel would have to consult Matt Gaetz with about trafficking a minor across state lines? Mash that like button. Let me see this. Let me see this link about Beto O'Rourke. Yeah, I'll pull that up for you guys here in a second. No fucking way he's also in the Rotary Club. Are you kidding me? Insane. There was so I was breaking down this this pack that's coming out. It's like relatively new, but it's called the Fair Shake Pack. And they're partnered with like the American Center for Progress and shit. He looks like Colin. Matt Gaetz consulting. Matt Cash was the consultant. No, I did not. These secret societies are everywhere. Rotary Club is where I met and spoke with Peter McCullough. Oh, like his name should be Colin. I see. When you said looks like a Colin, I misread it and thought you just said he looks like Colin, and I was like, fucking Colin who? Colin all Masons, that's or Fletcher. Yeah, definitely a Fletcher. Okay. So Beto O'Rourke is also, let's see here. Matt Gaetz Trishul. Here we go. Gaetz campaign paying former Epstein lawyer amid sex trafficking investigation. Right? So this was Matt Gaetz, ongoing federal investigation, literally had sex with a 17-year-old and pay for her to travel with him. So half of that went to the law office of New York criminal defense attorney Mark Furnich, who lists on his site notable clients that include convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, El Chapo, John Gotti, and Frennick Cora. The other $25,000 went to the Baltimore office of Zuckerman Spader LLP. Right? A little bit further. Right here. Another big chunk went to fundraising consulting, with $120,000 being paid to new vendor named Trishul LLC and just under $100,000 paid to Red Rock Strategies. Now, who owns Trishul LLC? This is the SEC website. So, effective June 13th, 2022, this is the Trump Media Technologies Group, entered into a consulting services agreement with Trishul. Pursuant to such agreement, blah, 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 right? The outstanding payable balance December 2023 was zero. Trishul is owned by Cash Kash Patel, a director of Trump Media Technologies Group since March 25th, 2024, and previously a director of private Trump and Media Technologies Group from 2022 to 2024. Fair Shake major contributors include Coinbase, Ripple, Andreessen Horowitz. Yeah, I ended up mapping out. That's Matt Gaetz at the Rotary Club too. Oh. 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 Fuck. Wait, I thought that Latin 26-year-old who was girl who was represented El Chapo and Epstein, though.
And I was done settling.
No. All right, this is his the website of his law office, and it says oh, here it is. Notable clients: John Gotti, El Chapo, Jeffrey Epstein, friends of Matt Gaetz, James O'Keefe, there's that Frenetic Corey. Mariel Colin Miro. Well, her fucking website doesn't work. Damn, that's a compelling list of clients. So she also represented them. So who the fuck is this guy? Took on the criminal appeal of imprisoned NXIVM leader Keith Rainier in July. The one-time lawyer for Jeffrey Epstein said government shouldn't be in the business of policing morality. So this guy was part of the NXIVM cult shit. And Matt Gaetz was like, oh, I'll use that guy. At least for a little bit. I'm learning that the Freemason thing is obviously playing a role in things I wasn't interested until this year. Would you say Skull and Bones, Scientology, and the likes are all derivatives of Freemasonry? Or is Freemasonry also derivative of something that holds more power? I think Freemasonry, from everything that I understand, is like another version of their like Kabbalistic belief systems. And they turn it into like traditions and like rules that they have to follow. And I think it makes it less less metaphysical and more like these are written rules, like you have to do this, you have to follow this, and stuff like that. That's my understanding. They repped Nexium. Rainier was the Nexium scandal. Training grounds. Notable clients in the first three were convicted. Yeah, the Nexium shit is really fucking weird. So where's the Epstein part? Represented Epstein, the late Manhattan financier and notorious sexual predator who was found dead. He was on the legal time at the time of his death when he faced a long list of federal charges. So I guess they were both on the legal team. I can handle a little bit. He isn't as annoying alone. It's unbearable when he won't let Sam talk on his own dang show. Wait, what? Who? Little baby brother Thomas is about to start. You sure you don't want to listen? What? Jesuits created secret societies starting with the Illuminati, the Rotary Masons, Shriners, etc., all derivatives. Former Columbia St. Mary's doctor accused of branding women in sex cult. Yeah. Yeah, that shit was fucking insane. Wait, what? Talking about guy doing weaponized news show this week? Who? Who's Sam gonna talk to? I still have to get him on my show. Yeah, this lady. Wait a minute. So she's based out of New York but holds a Wisconsin license? Where in Wisconsin? Sam is away this week. Wish him all the best from me. I've only got the chance to speak with Sam once, but the one episode we did together, awesome. He's a good guy. Her name should be Brandy. Amazing. Oh man, that was really funny. Where did she get her license? Okay, so it's only telling me the state. It won't tell me what like specific place she got it. Chicago World Fair videos showing the buildings that used to exist are insane, similar to other structures around Europe that had strange antenna things on top. You missed NNG's show. He was telling women to lose weight. What? A doctor out of state might elude jurisdictional problems, sort of. Near Racine, she looks like a Becky to me. She practiced in the Racine and Milwaukee area. Franklin. I'm trying to find something to see. Because I see the Breb. Wait.
And sat us in a semicircle, buck naked.
Sarah Edmondson told ABC's 2020 she suffered intense pain being branded in a sex slave cult at the hands of Dr. Danielle Roberts. Dr. Roberts was treating patients at Columbia St. Mary's in Milwaukee up until
fucking, oh my God. Every time. Every fucking time. Okay. So here is why I don't understand when people like Breb and Deny the Mark start talking about Racine. I just was like, all right, you know what? That sounds fucking insane. That all this shit would be coming from this little podunk ass town in Wisconsin. What hasn't sounded insane? Like the Rockefellers doing eugenics, or the technocrats 100 years ago trying to coup the fucking government, or the fact that the bankers run everything and the Federal Reserve, it controls all the money. Gotta go. I got my own rabbit holes to venture down. See you around, and best wishes with your health concern. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. And thank you for putting this stuff on my radar. I'll make sure I let you guys know when I do a little bit of a deeper dive there. On the FLTEC stuff. And I do have it bookmarked, and I still think it's really fucking strange that it was incorporated under the Treasury Department until after 9/11. Doesn't make sense. Most of the show, Subby, I'm laughing for real. It's also insane for sure. So there's like all this shit, right? Like nanotech and brain chips and fucking 9/11, Epstein, right? And I was like, you know what? Let me just suspend my disbelief for a second and let me see what information they have. And I mean, it fucking all checks out. The Racine, Wisconsin stuff with Brad Smith and Microsoft. The fucking night newspaper and how that's all tied back to like Gannett Media, which is fucking crazy. I came over from X to converse for your live, but I gotta get back to that zoo. Talk to you later. Yeah, for some reason my X chat doesn't work. Every time I try to pull it up or pop it out or anything like that, it just says that I'm not live. It makes no fucking sense. So then it doesn't read the chat. Yeah. See? When I try to pop out the chat, it just says not live. Not live. So I never see what's happening on there. You think Trump is a pedo and did with small children? Yes, I do. Does the same on my live stream sometimes. It's a glitch they need to fix. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get all those H1Bs to code that out immediately. It's only been happening to me for a month and a half. DJT and his beauty pageants. Yup. Yup. The Mormons in 23 and me collecting DNA to make the Antichrist identify the 12 tribes of Judah. Yup. All of that is connected with Racine also. Wisconsin was the model for Spanish flu 100 years ago, lockdowns, vaccines, etc. And Rotary formed the United Nations and mosquitoes to form WHO, CDC, generations deep. Yep. I am yapping. Dumbing down is everywhere. Racine is between Chicago and Milwaukee. Yeah, and they have this huge, like, private airport called the John H. Batten International Airport, if I remember correctly. It's around here somewhere. And so that the S.C. Johnson family is at a Racine. Who knows about S.C. Johnson raping his stepdaughter for years? Don't forget about the Jesuits. Yeah, the Jesuits do matter. The fucking Catholics. I'm glad someone said it, because I was just about to. Kind of sounds insane when you read it out loud. I mean, it does. You have Knight Foundation on your screen. This list is important. This is the Aspen Knight Commission on Trust Media. And doesn't this also feed into like the Ad Council and go through like Edelman? What's his name? John Edelman, right? But yeah, the Aspen Institute. And these are just some of the people that are part of the Aspen Institute. You have Harlan Cleveland. You have Daniel R. Porterfield. You have Mike Bezos, which is Jeff Bezos' fucking father. You have Bill Resnick, Bill Resnick is the son of Stuart and Linda Resnick, who own all the fucking water rights out of California. And Wonderful Pistachios, Wonderful Halos, Fiji Water, and Palm Wonderful, among other things. Katie Albright of Albright fame. Antonio Gracias, who's tied up with Elon on, he has Valor Capital Partners. He is part of Tesla, Solar City, SpaceX, and he runs something called Marathon Pharmaceuticals. And then you have the Aspen Workshop, which was really close with the Sloan Foundation, which is just MIT. Richard Edelman, CEO, Edelman Public Relations. Yeah, I've got Edelman's down here, right here. So you have Richard Edelman, Linda Yaccarino, Lisa Sherman, all part of the Ad Council together. Richard Edelman, also part of the Atlantic Council, Jerusalem Foundation, Children's Aid Society, World Economic Forum. Edelman PR is like the biggest PR company on the planet. These 13 bloodline descendants are everywhere. The Jesuits are the assassins of the Vatican. I have 5 notebooks filled with seizures, falls, head strikes, strokes, etc. Stay behind networks. What? MK Ultra was auctioned off to the major churches. Oh, I see. The P2 Lodge filed 10/3/2016, the Trump case. 10 dropping per hour. Was the one who took Elon to Green Bay, Titletown, to psyop everyone about Brad Schimmel and the future civilization. Brad covered up a ton of corruption in Racine as Wisconsin AG. And that's when Elon was talking about hosting that rally in Wisconsin, right? Yeah, what's this stuff about MK Ultra was auctioned off to the churches? The Jesuits run all intelligence agencies in the Five Eyes nations. Hey, do you guys know what structure allegedly survived the Hiroshima bombings? Do you guys know what kind of church? It was a Jesuit church. Isn't that crazy? While the bomb exploded about a half-mile away, the church building and the 8 Jesuit priests stationed there survived. All 8. So that they could live to give their witness testimony of the bomb. You have Robert Downey Jr. up there as part owner of Darling's Food, who make Cricket Meal, Footprint Coalition, and Aura Identity Protection. I don't. Identify Protection. Some say the nuclear bombs didn't exist and the cities were fire carpet bombed. I absolutely think that they were fire/carpet bombed. Oh, what's up? Psy Energy. I have been meaning to get back to you. I have seen some of the videos that you made, and I haven't gotten all the way through it. I have been very, very low energy this week, dealing with some medical stuff. But I would love to. I need to finish those videos, and I want to message you when you're free, and I would love to sit down and speak with you about like DIA and biodigital convergence. I think the 40-minute video you made, I'm halfway through it, and then I got just caught up with feeling like shit. Lockheed's Golden Dome with the Trillion Sensors Network with our cyber physical backbone nationwide. Racina's on a water system. Milwaukee and Chicago and all universities in Wisconsin have underground connectivity with underground computers like PA's ENIAC. So it's no big secret to people who manage Lockheed's Golden Dome. What the fuck? Oh, man. Oh, very busy, man. May you be blessed for your efforts. You've been uber helpful to many folks. You're doing great. Thank you for that. You can get a hold of me anytime through Non-Vaxxer. Heard that. Heard that. Yeah. Ooh, what's this? NIST. National Institute of Standards and Technology. Yeah, so I try to tell people that like the IEEE is basically like the WHO of technology, and it doesn't really click with people what that means. There's historical evidence suggesting that some individuals associated with Project Paperclip and MKUltra were absorbed into or worked through religious institutions or fronts. This page, it says human because of those body area networks. So it says human, system of systems, systems, device, decision, cyber, physical. So this seems like the digital twin sort of model. Scroll down on this paper to the snippets. It lays it out in one paragraph. Same NIST, same cyber, physical. Esther Dyson knows what it means. CPS data, interoperability. Focus on consensus definition of CPS and common taxonomy. That's like crypto. Taxonomy is like crypto terminology. This is the turning us all into batteries. Page 8, DoD, digital twins are 50 years old. Fuck. Ontology and taxonomy. The Trillion Sensor System. Trump's uncle stole the research and patterns of Tesla when Tesla died in 1943 and went to his house after his death. Donald Trump's uncle was also responsible for the very first successful company to be funded by VC capital that was established by the military industrial complex under FDR. He went to MIT, and Trump actually just let it loose that he taught Kaczynski, Ted Kaczynski, the MK Ultra guy. The same NIST who lied about 9/11, exactly. The Black Plague was caused by a switch over from DC to AC transformers, just like COVID was a mimic of 5G effects. Page 8, DoD digital twins, sending good vibes with my Wi-Fi to your Wi-Fi. Fuck. Digital convergence is 50. Walking and talking antenna. I just wrote Dr. Seuss story. Good nodes only tribe. It all came out of Bell Labs. Yes. Yes, it fucking did. Bell Labs, Kleiner Perkins, MIT. That's where you get people like fucking Eric Schmidt. And when I tell people that Thomas Massey going to MIT should be a red flag, people don't understand what that means. Yeah, because we had like Vannevar Bush was the guy that basically convinced the government, like the military, to say, hey, let's stop just buying weapons and let's commit a huge amount of the military budget to research and development. And then that's where we started getting shit like DARPA and all of this shit. Called Zipple Zap Zone. All those Z's made me think of it. Listen to Boom after the party. That made me laugh so hard. I listened while drinking my morning coffee. Trump's uncle stole Tesla's tech. It's EMF. Dangerous story for kids. Can you make one of the kids? Seven Seas is kind of like Ron Burgundy on the chats. I do suck with keeping up with the chat. Do you know about the Deagle depopulation plan to reduce the population by 80% in the West this year for 2025? Bill Gates is now funding Thomas Massey? No, because they do not understand 70 years of electronic warfare, which is what fills these people's bank accounts. MIT is Minsky also? Fuck. Nobody will admit their own market share and what these companies do. Part of MK Ultra was Pike's plan to divert world religions also. Thomas Massey, just another controlled opposition. Yes, everyone in the government is controlled. They wouldn't be in the government if they were not. What is this? Sorry, I'm trying to keep up. I'm kind of retarded. So I'll say it like this. When we get into like the connecting stuff and like financial records and just stories, I'm good. I can keep up. It's when we start talking about like the scientific aspects. Like I'm not really good with biology. I'm not really good with I understand tech to a degree, but when you start getting into like DNA and cells and things like that, chemistry, that's where I'm like, hold on, you got to slow it down a little bit. Appeal now on organic foods, courtesy of Bill Gates. So CPS use cases provide an understanding how it will interact. There's the time-aware applications, computers and communications system, cybersecurity and privacy, including the identification, protection, detection, response, and recovery of CPS elements. And so CPS then is what's it stand for? Oh, that's everyone, sir. It's a huge amount of biology on a button press because our bodies are very electrically available to the smart grid. I love the reels. QAnon is another psyop from CIA. So everyone that went to university in this chat is captured. You know what I mean? That's how it feels. Anytime anybody goes to like an Ivy League school, I'm like, that person is, there's a reason that they went to that Ivy League school. If light and sound and EMF affect it, I will draw good light and sound to me to heal me. I've had many arguments when I told them he's part of the cabal. Jeff Bezos' grandfather, Lawrence Preston Guise, was the founder of DARPA. That is absolutely true. Cyber physical systems. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. So cyber physical systems. Public Working Group. So CPS PWG. And they have resources and stuff that you can just look at. All out in the open. Like, let's just look at the purpose. Providing framework. What the fuck is this? Buildings, energy, consumer and home, healthcare, life and science, industrial, transportation, retail, security, public safety, IT, and networks. And then they have the service sectors, application groups, locations, and devices. I hate this. I don't like any of this. This is what makes me want to just go be Amish. I know it won't do anything to it, but paper I sent has a short paragraph explaining the trillion sensors that started in Minneapolis a very long time ago. That was, I believe, this one. Chapter 9, the human body, a digital twin of the cyber physical systems. This is that same CPS we were just looking at by over here. Human body is an excellent engineered product from which many computing systems have drawn its inspiration. The seamless integration of computation and physical components create and substantiate the human body as an excellent parallel of the cyber physical systems. Human body is a combination of computation, communication, and control processes. The embedded sensors all over the body monitors and controls the physical processes with feedback loops where physical processes affect actions and reactions and vice versa. This system can be termed as a digital twin of the present CPS. This was from looks like 2019, 2020. M2M is machine to machine. 7Cs, you're doing great. Give yourself some grace for being open to learning about this. It's rare. Heart fire up. 7Cs doesn't really understand the difference between EMF and frequencies as a subset. He thinks all EMF is the boogeyman. Well, that's not necessarily what I said. I said that EMF is bad for you. And that is, to a degree, true. Maybe you can learn him the difference when you join Crown Family out of Chicago. Yep. Can't escape Skyborg. The transhuman era is already happening. It's called neural adaptations. In my opinion, that's because 7C is very grounded, and to someone like me, that's a good thing. Correct. Same depth of Department of Commerce for things like COVID and W-band. Okay, maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe... Was it this one? This looks like it. The twin is biological systems of the human body and not a virtual system. In this chapter, we will analyze the architecture of a cyber-physical system and spring parallels to the functioning of various systems in the human body to gather pearls of wisdom from its design as it is multifarious digital twin of the CPS. The twin is biological systems of the human body and not a virtual system. Scroll down to the bottom. Smart devices embedded with sensors, actuators, and processors that are networked with each other to interact with the physical world, supply in real-time data, the performance of these devices in specific applications. Sensors are linked to real-time systems, stream in data continuously. This valuable data is converted to information and it is crunched to produce knowledge. The human body is an excellent twin of CPS. There are 11 distinct human systems. They're digestive, cardiovascular, immune, endocrine, muscular, integumentary, reproductive, nervous, skeletal, respiratory, and urinary systems. Systems work in perfect synchronization. Talking about recovering. Cyber physical systems. Okay. 7C's hurting my feelings. What the fuck did I do? EMF equals Jew. I don't know about that. What's going on, Jason? Scroll down to the bottom where it says snippets. In CPS, we have the computing, control, sensing, and networking components that every system should have. It is an offshoot of the Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, Industry 4.0, machine-to-machine T-sensors, or trillion sensors, invented as autonomous cars, biometric screening, wearables, AI-enhanced workplaces, and smart living spaces. Smart cities, edge computing, and many more. There are also these also abuse the smart sensors and trigger the next stage of innovation towards biological systems. An example of a digital twin precision AI medical care. And what's crazy too is, like, as all of this stuff is coming out, they're also actively passing laws to clear all of the red tape for them to do this without any sort of recourse. T-Sensors is HP. HPE is all underground through Wisconsin, connected to Fermi Labs in Chicago. Oh no. That's where they do like the deep underground neutrino experiments and shit. God damn, man. This shit's fucking deep. I used to geek out on Chuck Missler to learn later after I woke up he was a Zionist to the core. Gross. I already did in 1995. It's been commercial the whole time. To prevent coronavirus disease from spreading, the regular identification and monitoring of infected patients are needed in this regard. W-bands can be used in conjunction with machine learning and the Internet of Things to identify and monitor the human body for health-related information, which in turn can aid in the early diagnosis of diseases. This paper proposes a novel coronavirus body area network model based on IoT technology as a real-time health monitoring system for the detection of the early stages of coronavirus infection using a number of wearable biosensors to examine the health status of the patient. To address this issue, long-range-based IoT program is used to receive biosensor signals from the patient and transmit them to the cloud directly for monitoring. The experimental results indicate that the proposed model using the random forest classifier outperforms models using the other classifiers with an average accuracy of 88.6%. So this plays in with like the fear system, right? That like fake health system that they have that they basically use as like a digital sandbox for shit. Barry will be helping me learn how to use Odyssey when we both have a minute. Been wanting to join the Ko-fi since you started it. This is the COVID W-band using machine-to-machine and these trillion sensor systems to monitor bodies for our Internet of Medical Things. Conflict of interest. The authors declare that there is no conflict of interest. I disagree. This conflicts with my interests. Building digital twins of the human immune system toward a roadmap. Customized simulation models pioneered in the industry. So see, that's where I hear about the fear system. Yes, fear and fair for electronic health records. Yeah. All right, let me catch up here. I'm kind of slow. T sensors all underground. Fermi Labs. Don't forget NextRad. I did not know about Missler, but did suspect something as he was corporate exec or something powerful in the military, right? Is there a way to find the contractors, buildings, and maintaining these sensors in database? ARPA's old school tech. I bet they're harnessing the power of the ley lines everywhere. UW-Madison neutrino array like Antarctica. Fuck. This tech is the real reason the U.S. has an economy. The public economy was gone long ago in World War II. I'm grateful for these several series. I made it through well worth the time, especially for the circumstances. Cove W-Ban. That is why it says human on the cyber physical NIST homepage of the Department of Commerce. I love this young man here. He brings facts with documents to back things up. Very high IQ. He passed away in 2019. Worst case is these demons, they can control DNA in human bodies like they are God. Does this connect to Palantir and Immigrant OS? By wearables, they do not always mean a Fitbit. Could be a digital twin, which are networks using your Wi-Fi, for example. IIT Sec. And it's page 8. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. DoD's real-world digital twins. Digital twin simulations have been simmering for half a century, but the past decade's advances in GPUs, AI, and software platforms are heating up their adoption amid this higher fidelity era of more immersive experiences. A digital twin is a virtual representation, a true-to-reality simulation of physics and materials of a real-world physical asset or system which is continuously updated. Messed up my outfit today. I didn't match my air molecules. I have that podcast saved in my app. The DoD programs they use with our huge supercomputers nationwide, they meet every year and work with our Pentagon Convergence 5-year program that pioneered in industry. IIT Sec Pentagon, page 8. We opt out of them using our digital twins. I don't think that's possible. Palantir Ontology is just one component of our database, taking contracts, government and commercial, since 2002. I wonder if most of us have already been duplicated. I would assume that yes is the answer to that. Palantir is deep into this. Hope you're feeling better. So grateful you're helping everyone here with education too. I appreciate how patient you guys are with me. I think once I'm able to understand it to the degree that I can explain it in layman's terms and still get everything right, then I'll never forget it. It just takes me a little bit on the front end with some of the stuff to like kind of commit it. That's why I'm always doing those webs. So I'd actually be like super interested in doing the web on like the biodigital convergence and map out all of these things that are connected and sort of how they are interconnected with each other and stuff like that. I think that would be a very enlightening and interesting way for me to sort of learn this how everything's sort of set up. Reading about Palantir contracts in 2014 and out of 2027 to track the movements of migrants. We're in a fishbowl of our biosphere, and the trillion sensors network is air, water, and soil. But those webs helped us a lot because some of us had maps that already matched yours from cybersecurity. Perfect. Sabrina is way above almost everyone every day. Take it easy on yourself, man. I know, but I want to be able to keep up. You're showing their posterior with how they use secret company access rather than federal. Yes. That web would crash our computer, 7Cs. We could at least get the main points. Because they do tend to get pretty complicated. When it comes to mapping stuff out. I mean, this is just like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and the people they associate with. So it might crash the computer because it slows down a lot when I'm bringing this web up. Do the web, do the web, do the web. Thank you for showing those papers. I was hoping to get in the chat like you. Take links from your folks. Bless you and thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for stopping by. So it says a digital twin is a virtual representation, true to reality, of a real world physical asset or system. Now, when they say physical asset, they mean us. Government claims they use tracking to track migrants, just like they claim they are building isolation camps for the illegals. Government thinks we're stupid. Yes. Barry just said he'd buy you another computer. Wait, really? I really just need a graphics card. I just need a new graphics card. That must have been my digital twin. You stop that. We're not doing this. We're not playing this game. Thanks, Sabrina. Cover your stuff on Disinformation Station. I was looking but Bloom 24 but got lost. Yes, biotokenized economy tokenizes our bodies, our energy into local smart city economies. And so a big part with like the original technocratic agenda was moving us to an energy-based currency. And all of this looks like that will be exactly what it's going to be. I need 2 graphics cards too. Cognitive City? I don't like how that sounds. I don't even like how that reads. I don't want my city to be cognitive. Virtual environment where goal-driven communities gather to share knowledge. A physical cognitive city differs from conventional cities and smart cities in the fact that it is steadily learning through constant interaction with its citizens through advanced information and communications technologies. Cognitive cities are based on advanced ICTs, which support the steady automation of daily urban processes. Additionally, learning processes are added to underlying systems of the city, which allow a system to learn from its past, meaning the past behavior of the user, and to adapt to... I don't like this. I don't want my city to learn. Interaction between citizens and city. Los Angeles is stepping up before the Olympics. I'm cooked. Cognitive 15-minute cities with cameras even in your toilet sounds like freedom for the slaves. Constant interactions is the Trillion Sensors program, and that's where you have like you have you know, not only cameras but also like different types of sensors that are sensitive to even like the changes in the electricity, like the electrical waves in your brain, and determining when those go up and down. You will own nothing and love it. Internet of Behaviors went hot and on sale on Forbes and NASDAQ 2023. Are they trading under something? Is there a ticker for the Internet of Behaviors? IoT is an enabler of smarter environments in multiple sectors. Together with digital twin technologies, it is demonstrating an evolving potential to not only optimize existing services, but also create a new one. This guy just gives me Lindsey Graham vibes for some reason. Nanotech, biotech, information tech, and cognitive science. Nano, bio, info, and cogno. In the context of biodigital convergence, the phrase convergent technologies refers to the synergistic combination of four major NBIC provinces of science and technology, each of which is currently progressing at a rapid rate. Nanoscience and nanotech, biotech and biomedicine, including genetic engineering, information tech, including advanced computing and communications, and cognitive science, including cognitive neuroscience. IT has changed a lot in the last 20 years. So we have nanotech. So what is exposomics? Same trillion sensors program. Trading our bodies on the stock market. Sir, if you will oblige me, one other link. The Agenda 2030 is already finished. They are into C40 now, and that's cyber physical systems. Let me go see that. I will always indulge another link as long as it doesn't. Oh, this is the. Never mind. Sorry. Page 51 to 54. Environmental monitoring, the systematic sampling of air, water, soil, and biota in order to observe and study the environment as well as derive knowledge from this process. Oh no. Ambient environment monitoring. Monitoring the environment may be carried out for a number of reasons: mapping the concentration of pollutants in the environment, identification of pollution-sensitive zones, identification of possible sites for the environmental monitoring stations. What does an environmental monitoring station do? Please tell me. Tracking progress towards national quality standards attainment and emission reductions. You already traded on the markets via your legal fiction birth certificate. C40? COVID was considered a nanosensor emergency, basically a cyber attack in white papers. They really think they can monitor the entire planet. They don't recognize the existence of the ether, and that matter doesn't really exist. Land grab what they can for 15-minute cities with weather modification. Just don't hop on the bus when safety comes. How many Mexicans is this, Allie? What? No, they have me here in Canada Stan, the fictional corporation on the other side of the fake line of the sand. So environmental monitoring, and so they put up these things to monitor air, but then they use that as an excuse to install a bunch of sensors fucking everywhere. Biosensors, disease detection, water monitoring, toxin detection, drug discovery, pathogen discovery, food quality monitoring, soil quality, and environmental monitoring. Printed microfluidics, wax and inkjet printing, fuse deposit modeling, selective laser sintering, stacking of 2D microfluids, and then 4D is responsive material. Electrochemical, optical, piezoelectrical, and thermometric. Phrase central nervous system for the Earth. Sense refers to a proposed network of interconnected sensors designed to monitor and understand the planet in a very comprehensive way. Seven Seas better learn that biofield. I'm relearning mine. Heartfire up. Are the companies using this infrastructure in these docks? We need to get hired and expose this shit. I mean, I don't want to get hired at these companies. Virtual reality. Oh, the IEEE. I fucking hate these guys. It's called DARPA MTO Office Micro Electromechanical Systems, 60 years old. Holy shit. For anyone interested. Oh, it's piezo okay. Sorry about that. So, augmented machines and augmented humans converging on transhumanism. This was 2019 before COVID even started. They were printing this out and showing it to each other. Well, maybe not printing it. They were fucking emailing it to each other, but... So it shows humans, internet augmented humans, ambient augmented humans, seamless tech augmented humans, and then there's augmented humans digital twin. There's augmented humans and bio-inter-machines. There's machine swarms, machine-aware, context-aware machines, augmented machine. I love how it says ambient augmented humans and augmented machine, and there's a line here that says mental disability. What is this? Crisp me up. This is what they use. This is why they used companies instead of the Fed. It's human augmentation, which if you scroll past page 54, you will end up back at cyber physical systems with augmented humans, not reality. Upcoming DARPA event, Colorado, July 24th and 25th. Electronic autism. And then send frequencies and make the nano dance in our bodies and we become zombies like the movies. As smart humans. The IEE Symbiotic Autonomous System. This initiative is now gaining steam by joining the Digital Reality Initiative, aiming at fostering the digital transformation in its many facets. Shifting focus from a micro to a macro view of business, hence taking a global view at machines involved in business, production, transportation, delivery, and end-user processes. Whereas in the past, innovation focused on a single machine, the digital transformation shifts the focus to the overall process, to the many machines involved, their mutual interactions, and their interaction with humans. The central nervous system for the Earth. One cannot be smart. Okay, so we have photovoltaics, exascale memory, nanocomputing, nanochemical sensor, or nanowire chemical sensor, MEMS, inertial sensor, optical interconnect, photonic switch. The 1 trillion nanoscale sensors and actuators will need the equivalent of 1,000 internets. Fuck. That's a lot of internets. Page 56. Oh, wait. Oh, different link. Let's see. Here is the thing about the DARPA. Microsystems Technology Office. Oh, cool. The page about the person that was in charge of the MTO project is 404. on the other paper. Let me go find that. There it is. Said 56. 56. Human augmentation, cellular agriculture, molecular farming, bioprocessing, biomanufacturing, bioelectronics, cyborg, fuck CERN too. Yeah, fuck CERN. Digital DMT. It's why they push the next generation of connections. If you type in how old are electromechanical systems, (1840). Fuck. So then how do you still have a YouTube? You got to get banned soon, or we're going to think you're the feds? I think it's literally just because I only have like 2,500 people on my subscriptions. Cyber physical augmented systems for augmented humans. Micro electromechanical systems. MEMS. Proposal submitted to DARPA in 1986, first introducing the term micro electromechanical systems. (1956) or 1965, sorry. Sounds a lot like the boomer argument that texting was for kids. Will a solar event wipe out all the machines or nah? The ITU was established in 1865. By who? All this Wikipedia on the screen is making me ill. I'm sorry. That's where I go for like quick checking, like when stuff was released. Breathe. I'm old. These buttons are too small on my Android. Human augmentation technologies. Power augmentation exoskeletons and artificial organs are common examples at phase 2. Wait a minute. Okay, so there's 3 phases. Recovering, repairing the existing impaired human physiological functions. Most assistive technologies in this phase, like rehabilitation exoskeleton, focuses on rehabilitation scenarios in hospitals and at home. So phase 1 was just putting them in the documents or in the machine so that they could, so someone could walk again or something like that, right? And then phase 2 is, all right, so now we're going to start replacing your organs and shit with machines. And then 3 is enhancing, outperforming human capabilities, applications aiming at exceeding human abilities are performed using emerging technologies from biomechanical engineering to genetic engineering. So that's where they start to augment you on like a cellular level and a genetic level and shit like that. Human augmentation has a market share. Organ on a chip, which is up on page 5 or 6. 3D printed heart. And so all of it is about the conditioning. And essentially what they do is like, that's where all of these, like all of these technologies, there's a reason why they're gonna say, hey, you know that chip that you get in your brain, you're gonna be able to install this in a loved one, and you know they'll be able to see again, or they'll be able to hear again, or it will help treat their ALS. That is how they condition you to accept these things. That's how they did it with vaccines. Is they will either fearmonger you into taking it, or they will guilt you into pushing it onto your loved ones. That's what they did with COVID. Thank you. Hope this helps folks know where to look. I appreciate that. I would love to, Sabrina, while you're here, I would love to get you on a call sometime. I don't know what platforms you're comfortable with using. But I just have so many questions, I think. And I think that if we were able to just sort of chat back and forth, you know, if you ever have time or anything, I'm happy to stream it as well. But, like, I don't know what exposomics are, or like epigenomics or proteomics and stuff. And so I would love to just at some point hop on a call and talk through some of this stuff, because again, I like failed out of biology, I sucked at chemistry, and I do understand tech to a large degree, but when we start then also talking about like the biofield and stuff like that, like I'm so fucking far behind. You Google omics, it will show a lot of graphics, but it's all biology ridden confusion. Heard. Epigenetics, Bruce Lipton. I loathe biology, but I had to learn a lot of it because I come from cybersecurity. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is I'm not willing to learn it because it's difficult, because it is necessary. It will just, I'll just have a lot of questions, I think, when we do talk. Why does Wisconsin feel so bitter all the time? They got that signal today, right? They might have. I learned more bio than I wanted to in 2021. Biology-ridden confusion. That's the stream I need. Just talk to her and see if I can understand this even more. Optogenetics. Perfect. Yeah, Sabrina, I think I follow you on Twitter. I'm gonna reach out and see when would be a good time to sit down and chat with you and stuff. Wisconsin had the first Navy test for worldwide radar underwater back in the 70s as well. Alex Jones is literally a science doctor at MIT or one of those places. Wait, AJ? I'm assuming that means Alex Jones, but I don't know who that could be. Basic concept, genetics aren't hardwired, environment has more of an impact. Canadian citizen and from Iran are one of those places. AJ. DNA requires electricity to form the creature. Project Sanguine. I know sanguine means blood. U.S. Navy project proposed in 1968 for communications with submerged submarines using extremely low ELF radio waves. Project ELF, consisting of 2 linked ELF transmitters located at Clam Lake, Wisconsin, and Republic, Michigan. And so I'm wondering then, so was there some sort of disease, I guess, that was supposedly spread around Wisconsin and when this stuff went live? Ecological Liberation Front. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, ELF. I see. No, it's extremely low frequency. Statism is the disease. Last 10 years, I know biology, weight loss without Ozempic. Yeah, never take Ozempic. So I would be interested to see if there was some sort of like underlying sickness that started happening around 1968, Wisconsin and Michigan. Hopefully y'all can fix your problems alone then. They're coming for me soon because they're bitter about Christmas. What the fuck? What happened at Christmas? Dysentery. Wait. Lizard venom? No. Yeah, don't take Ozempic. It's made from lizard DNA. So let's see here. Wisconsin outbreak 1968. Oh, no fucking way. They had the Hong Kong flu. No fucking way. So they start beaming out this ELF, and then in the same year they had the Hong Kong flu. And they had to get vaccinated. They had to get vaccinated against the Hong Kong flu the same year that they started producing those elves in the area. I'm sure it's not related at all. Our terrestrial system uses something called pause with Space Force still. Same systems now tethered to the cyber physical. Christmas in July. Come on, y'all. Wait, what? Many can't choose not to. Ozempic. Through history, some people show that every time a wireless upgrade or ELF testing, people got sick, especially with diabetes. Is that Tennessee? I know people in Tennessee. I need to ask them if they have diabetes. Electronic numerical integrator and computer. Ballistic research laboratory. Thermonuclear weapon. Called a giant brain by the press. Havana syndrome. So yeah, it straight up 1968, they started doing those ELF waves over Wisconsin, and then Wisconsin had the Hong Kong flu outbreak. Pause radar system. Phased array warning system radars are maintained by U.S. Space Force. These radars are capable of detecting submarine-launched ballistic missile attacks and conducting general space surveillance and satellite tracking. Another fun fact about Donald Trump's uncle, he did radar. That was the company that he got funded. Trump assembled a team to found the High Voltage Engineering Corporation. Company used Van de Graaff and Trump's patents to build compact generators for cancer clinics, and manufacturers then built a line of large particle accelerators for nuclear science laboratories. HVAC became the first success of the American Research and Development Corporation, the first modern venture capital fund. Same systems upgraded with HP and other companies. Thus, the Golden Dome by Lockheed, same trillion sensor system. And since we are in a biosphere, our bodies are watched as well. I also got some blackout warning for tomorrow too. What the fuck is that? His uncle was trained by Bush to keep your mouth shut. They weaponized our radar systems. Yes, they did. What's up, Daboom is saying? I think, I believe the stream will end, I think at 9. So we have a little bit of time still. But yeah, Trump, MIT, Vannevar Bush, what's his name? Carl Compton. All this shit is connected to Kleiner Perkins. Thomas Perkins went to MIT, where he was basically trained by Georges Doriot at the American Research and Development Corporation, where Carl Taylor Compton was, and so was Ralph Flanders, the motherfucker that convinced Congress to team up with the World Bank and the IMF. And they also had Eugene Kleiner, who helped set up basically Silicon Valley. And they were also part of like the NASA and the fake moon landing and shit. MIT has underground systems separate from PA, WI, etc., but connected since ARPANET way back. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that like ARPANET was basically the military, ARPA, now called DARPA, MIT, Stanford, and I think UC Berkeley, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Silicon Valley Part 2 moved to California, and the real doomsday networks are in since the 90s. I was even considering writing a declaration where I would call myself recorded elf in the court record just to fuck with AI. Barry knows Karen. Tech gets to be the ruler's roadmap for corporate fools. No, I checked my twin is Serratus and Arrow 2. It's Botox Snake Venom 2. That I don't know. That I'm not quite sure. What was I was just looking at something. PAVE. Ground-based phased array radars located on the west and east coasts of the United States. Missile warnings and characterization data is sent to the U.S. Missile Warning and Space Control Centers. Both systems are operated by U.S. and Canadian personnel. One of the PAVE PAWs has a co-primary mission to provide missile tracking data, while simultaneously providing missile warning data to the Integrated Tactical Warning and Attack Assessment System. So this is the Golden Dome, is what it seems like. Digital twin should come visit me. We can all go get half-priced wings. Get Celeste Solum. She is a well of knowledge. Sorry if I fat thumbed the keyboard there. All good. Trump and his family know more about the world we live in. They know the shape of electoral magnetic fields. Golden Dome, Lockheed works with those huge sensors and network systems, and 50 years of DoD digital twins on bodies as well. Same trillion sensors systems. And so with Lockheed, it's actually interesting that you bring that up, because there is a lady named Anita Goel that I think you would maybe have some interest in. I'm not 100% sure, but she is so she runs this company called Nanobiosim, and they NanoBioSim rolls up to Coulson Capital, which is the same thing that owns like the wellness company and shit. And NanoBioSim is all about that, essentially. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. But Anita Goel has worked DARPA. She worked at PepsiCo for a while. Here's everything with her. So she was part of Lockheed Martin's Nanotech Advisory Board. She was part of the Scientific Advisory Board for PepsiCo, and she's worked with DARPA, USAID, DOE, DOD, NSF, HHS, and the AFOSR. She was also part of the X Prize thing thrown by Nokia about the COVID vaccines. And she went to Harvard, but then she's also part of the U.S. National Board of Museums of Science and Industry, Board of Trustees and Scientific Advisory Board of India Nano, Beyond Institute for Fundamental Concepts in Physics, Board of Overseers of the Boston Museum of Science, World Technology Institute, Santa Fe Institute, NIH Review Panel for Nano, Canadian Institute for Advanced Research, and the Global Council for Center of Healthcare Innovation. She is part of this company with Homi Milan, Tenali Albright, Ratan Tata of the Tata Group, Paul Maritz, and there was one, Robert S. Langer. Robert S. Langer tried to justify when it was found out that Jeffrey Epstein was donating to MIT. Robert Langer was trying to basically defend those donations. Well, a few months older than me. Does Organite do anything so it'll just never be monetized? Because seems like even the other creditors don't understand America gonna fall, and they keep thinking they got it under control. I'd like to see a web on Stu Peters. He spits a lot of truth in the midst of the other rhetoric. Lots of receipts. Outside of Goldco, Stu Peters pushes Zelenko Labs right here. So does Mel K, so does SGT Report, so does Steel Truth, or sorry, Steel Truth used to. And he's also part of Flynn's network through something called Napalm. Do they think the lightning bolt isn't a real thing? I'm just wondering. People think nuclear isn't a thing. I don't know. It seems like people don't know. DARPA, Pepsi, what could possibly go wrong with that combination? NanoBioSim is in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Those are MIT's underground systems, accessible. So yes, hooked in hard since the 1800s. Fuck. The wireless goes back into the late 1800s with the Navy, and then they disappeared all of it and went through several wars and keeping people focused on fake moon landings, murdering everyone who talked. See, I always saw the moon landings as like map of all these underground computers connect. Is that what this is? I'm pretty sure he's caught up in Goldco. I think he was. I'm not sure if he still is. Yeah, the Napalm Militia. That's what Stu Peters is a part of. I went on his show trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I was like, look, we gotta stop talking about the Jews. Let's talk about technocracy and shit, and he didn't want to. So I was like, all right, well then fuck it. And then he launched a crypto coin, and I was like, oh, so you just weren't fucking listening to me. So I've ignored every invite back. Watching for about an hour and 15 minutes. This has gotten real good. I love this conversation. It's helpful. I agree. More fake moon landings or monetary system. Barry at Stupiders. Same MIT, same SRI, same Lockheed, same Palo Alto. They changed names for these underground locations and passed them between private companies who vendor for the DoD. I absolutely agree. I wish that people could understand that every successful company is literally just the military. It's the military industrial complex. They work with all of the private banks, like the Blackstone Group and Vanguard and Fidelity. Every single like company that ends up becoming successful was engineered into success by the military. They, like, when you take VC capitals like Kleiner Perkins and Sequoia Capital, that is how the military controls what companies end up becoming successful, and they choose people to head those companies, and then have all of these institutions pile money into them and make them successful. And that is how Google was made. That's how Apple, Amazon, all of these companies, all the banks, everything. If you click on that big yellow graphic, it's a... Oh, shit. So, are these all the DARPA sites? Oh, no, these are all colleges. And what's the ARPANET? Oh, I see. I should have read the thing. I'm sorry. I should have read it before I clicked on it. Experimental computer network that was the forerunner of the internet. Yeah, and it was so it was, I'm pretty sure it was Berkeley, maybe it was Cambridge. Maybe it was Cambridge that I'm thinking of. But one of them worked with Stanford and MIT to basically test the first computer transmission. Yes, they are pre-selected and do what they are told. And I don't know how people can understand that. Like, I wish... Whoa, Mia, thank you for the $5. Keep it for yourself. I was watching Redacted News Show, and they had victim of secret space programs. She mentioned med beds to repair. I would take anything you watch on Redacted with a grain of salt, because they're also partnered with the same wellness company and 1775 Coffee that basically everyone that does like the Q shit, the QAnon shit, and the Michael Flynn shit. So I wouldn't trust them. That's just me personally. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I wouldn't. Mia said, hello, how's everyone doing today? I've come to stop by and say hi. I hope everyone's having a great day. I am having an excellent day. I'm learning a lot. We're going through the biodigital convergence baby steps for me, because I'm slow, but willing to learn. Same trillion sensors, cyber, physical, all these universities house these huge data centers. Yep. What is it? The Stanford Crypto Accelerator? Rite Aid investor in our community. Who? So isn't Wisconsin mad, or why does that map include... Why doesn't that map include MW? Is MW Madison, Wisconsin? Thanks, Snake Mia. Glad you stopped by to say hi. Me too. Sir, I hope this helps your webs. It absolutely will. I think what I'm gonna do is, I think this is like a good starting point as far as mapping out the tech, and then going into each piece of tech, and then laying out the institutions, companies, and groups that are basically involved with those specific facets, and then boiling it down to the people. And I think that would be a good way to map this out. Kind of take a lot of... I essentially want to take these three circle graphs here and map it out that way. Start big, and the goal in the central point, and then go from there, and have, like, essentially it's going to be like a box that have a bunch of long lines coming from them, because they're going to connect separate webs Like one web would be for, you know, like bioprocessing or like exposomics, and then breaking down, you know, each thing that is pushing that, and then after that, the people that are in charge of those things or created that technology, so on and so forth. Madison, Wisconsin has a neutrino array like Antarctica. What? Non-stop movement of large spinning objects require a lot of time and mechanical energy. Improved beam steering technology would benefit other long-range detection and communication systems. Working to create special reflective surfaces that can achieve the same effect while relying on only a single source. The tuning is complicated. To do beam steering, we don't need to individually tune each element. All we need to do is create a gradient. I don't like that. They're selected from the tribe. The genuinely curious, but who do they think are going to do all the accounting of all this? I assure you, if it's like the stock market, they have no fucking idea how to do the financials. Oh, it's going to be AI. AI is going to handle all that shit. The bean counters are getting tired. They want AI to do all of it. And they want it all to be documented on a crypto ledger. High-powered phased array antennas exploiting polarization, rotation, and sub-wavelength periodic structures. Yeah, see, so when I read this, I don't know what this means. You know? Like, I kind of do. I don't know what polarization, rotation means exactly. Fermi Labs in Chicago is a baby CERN that runs fiber lines all throughout the Wisconsin University system's underground cooling, sat and mobile phase array. What do you think about the Large Hadron Collider worldwide computing grid? Because I have a theory that that also plays a role. Ice Cube. Science. The South Pole Neutrino Observatory is a cubic kilometer particle detector made of Antarctic ice and located near the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It is buried under the surface, extending to a depth of 2,500 meters. A surface array, ice top, and a denser inner subdetector, deep core, significantly enhance the capabilities of the observatory. I don't like this. First gigaton neutrino detector ever built, and was primarily designed to observe neutrinos from the most violent astrophysical sources in our universe. The in-ice component of Ice Cube consists of 5,160 DOMs, or digital optical modules, each with a 10-inch photo multiplier tube and associated electronics. I don't know what any of that means. Your Antarctica program is also UW-Madison, the original Silicon Valley equals Minneapolis. Minnesota? Really? 3.5 hours so far in the stream. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell every Fed to fuck off. You're all gay. I agree. I think all this tech is logical. Is a chaotic local system. And Bedrock is And the bedrock is throughout our country, all states have massive terrestrial systems, thus Golden Dome. M2M is machine-to-machine, AI-driven since the 60s, bare minimum. Just the phased array is how they push the sensors around to oversimplify. Trillion sensors, Earth stuff. So, all particulate in the atmosphere is handled by our DOE, DARPA, Atmos, Sense, trillion sensors. Again, all the same systems, and CERN uses huge magnets to push from below and HARP heats from above. One example. And so, is this talking about using like radar arrays to map out, or to, I guess, direct the direction and like location and commands of the sensors? Beam steer, they steer the atmosphere. Yes, you got it. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was understanding that. Atmos Sense shows promise. Using the Earth's atmosphere as a global sensor shows promise. Oh no. Graphic shows the modeling output of a 3D multi-scale acoustic wave propagation resulting from a kilotons equivalent yield disturbance originating near the ground, such as from an earthquake or volcanic eruption. Set out to understand the fundamentals of energy propagation from the Earth's surface to the ionosphere to determine whether the atmosphere can be used as a sensor. High-resolution surface-to-space simulation of acoustic waves was considered impossible before the program began, but we accomplished it. So they're just always just beaming sound waves into the fucking air? Prescott, Arizona. Why would governments invest trillions in an observing neutrino machine? Pressure, light, and sound is all they need. Nano.gov is 25 years old. In my opinion, the nano networks are a redundancy network, not new, and certainly not the primary networks. Micro Doppler watches human bodies. And so is this, just because I'm not quite sure how, I guess, that it is implemented. Is it so do they have like very large but very few that are very strong, or do they have like micro arrays set up all over the place that are able to do it on a smaller scale? Human activity recognition radar, Google that and click on the images. They look right through walls. Oh, brother. And that's why you see all the chemtrails checkering from the nano to the macro. They have both, and intelligent services as well. What is an intelligent surface? Human activity recognition radar. Radar-based human activity recognition with adaptive thresholds towards resource-constrained platforms. Radar systems, healthcare applications for human activity recognition due to their advantages in terms of privacy, contactless sensing, and insensitivity to lighting conditions. Feature extraction, data processing, classifier. And so this is where they'll have a wearable, your phone, sensors in your shoes, your eyes. I'm assuming that these two are like your, I don't know what these, one of them looks like a Wi-Fi signal or something. Great picture of wrists on this paper. reflective intelligence surface. Reflective intelligence surfaces, also known as intelligent reflective surfaces or reconfigurable intelligence surfaces, are planar structures that can intelligently manipulate radio waves. Those are Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't know. And then GPS. For the last 10 years, developed by DL, which has an increased performance in various areas such as speech recognition, object identification, image recognition, and natural language processing. And this is HAR, which is human activity recognition. Deep learning has the ability to extract high-dimensional information automatically, making end-to-end learning. What the fuck? LLMs are not new. The AI listens to you talk since the 70s as well. Jesus. Yeah, the images tab on your search will show you tons of images. Ah, I fucked up there. So, Radar 1, Radar 2, TDMA scheduling, raw IQ data. Oh, they're straight up using our Wi-Fi routers for this shit. I still gotta learn Linux. Linux is so easy. Just install Linux Mint and you'll be fine. Don't expect to play games. I know it's not funny, but in our community we try to make jokes because damn. No, I'm the same way. It's like we see this shit all the time. We're always talking about it constantly. We need something to, like, I don't know, have a good time still. Break the tension. Wash down the hopelessness of it all, right? And that's why I think it is okay to like make light of this stuff, as long as you're not trying to trivialize it in a way that makes people not think it's serious. Feel free to crack jokes. Yeah. I like to think that I'm funny. I'm always laughing. Yeah, gallows humor. Exactly. Like, what the fuck else are we gonna do? You know? They do not want us to be happy. That makes people feel demoralized either. Yeah, and it's one of those things where there are people that will call me black-pilled for trying to let people know what the fuck's happening. And they just, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Guys, crack jokes about the end, because if you're not laughing on the way out, what are you doing? We are researching all day. You are funny, make all of us out here laugh. Hey, thanks for that. They call all of us black pillars who read business, industry, and market share. They want narratives, not market share. That's what's fucking insane to me. There are people that, yeah, the market share is everything. That's how they get the investors. That's how they generate the money. That's how they pay the people to build the buildings, to set up the machines that they use, to pay the labor. It's not like they're getting all this shit for free, so they got to get money from somewhere. And that's where they get all their investor buddies. Well, they got to keep track of it all, so that's why there is a market share. And people don't understand that. Like, you can go look at where people invest millions of dollars into these different technologies. they're not stupid. They're not getting scammed. These millionaires and billionaires and people part of the intelligence communities and the military industrial complex, they're not throwing their money around getting scammed. They're investing in all of this shit. They want to hear about aliens, the Book of Revelation, and poor little disappearing airplanes, but they will not go near market share. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. Yeah, someone on Twitter is trying to say that I'm controlled opposition because I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe that anything that we've been shown is convincing enough to me to make me believe in aliens. And they're trying to say, well, I've talked to so many whistleblowers and heard hundreds of people's stories, from pilots to this, that, people in the military. And I'm like, that's cool. It doesn't mean I have to fucking believe them. It doesn't mean because in my opinion, the only thing that gets any benefit out of people believing in aliens is the government. Ronald Reagan himself said that an alien invasion could one day be the thing that unites us all together. Belief is useless. Well, okay, so my whole thing is the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. And if your proof isn't enough to convince me, that's your fault, not mine. I met Carl Sagan when I was 11 years old, and he did not believe in aliens. He believed in microbes. My family is all black projects, aerospace, and they didn't believe in aliens either. Yeah, I mean, you know, when I think back to like the Roswell shit, that was just tinfoil wrapped around like a metal wire frame thing, and it was like the Rockefellers were involved in that and all kinds of other shit. And I have yet to ever see a convincing amount of evidence for aliens. To each their own, but when we are disallowed to discuss our own autonomy, they are hiding to run all these narratives. You have to ask questions. Yeah, exactly. Like they will have a congressional hearing on aliens, but you'll never see a congressional hearing on W-ban. You'll never see a congressional hearing on EMF poisoning. You'll never see a congressional hearing on fucking any of that. Why? Because they don't want you to know. It's always fake videos and scare tactics. Yeah, exactly. Or somebody giving their testimony, and I'm like, okay, but literally you giving your testimony is allowing you to go around on podcasts and get monetized and sell books and everything like that. Their immaculate constellation is nothing more than mesh networks with CubeSat. They mock people. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's so fucking crazy. And it's even more wild because some of the people that believe in aliens don't believe in the uniparty. They don't believe, they still think that Democrats and Republicans fight with each other. And I'm like, how fucking stupid are you? You have to be extra dumb. But you guys all believe in space, right? Endless stars and planets. I will never believe space until I'm in it. If a billionaire is willing to pay for me to go to space, then maybe I'll believe it. But I'm at the point now where I don't believe shit unless someone proves it to me. And usually, me asking them to prove it to me is enough of a deterrent, because the ones that can't just get pissed off and call me a fed. Yeah, these people are like the people around the lady in the red dress to me, the Matrix. Yeah. Yeah, like how the fuck can you not tell? It took me so long to realize people could really be this diabolical. It does seem beyond human. Yeah, so when it comes to the military, the government, all these rich billionaires, these bankers, imagine the worst possible thing that you can. Methods of torture, fucking blackmailing, fucking killing operations, or wet works, whatever you want to call it. Now, multiply that by 10, and that is what is actually happening. Like, if you think, oh, the government's, you know, a lot of them are wrapped up with Epstein. No. Almost all of them unanimously are in multiple sex trafficking rings. Wait till you find out NASA's supercomputers are called Pleiadians. What? Pleiadians. Oh, Jesus. What is this? Used to think the revolutions were real, not planned. Yep. The American Revolution was done by the French Freemasons. And that's why we still have Hegel, the Hegelian dialect. How much dirt does Israel have on all these presidents and politicians? The answer is yes. Our Cisco backplane connected to bodies has Orion and Sirius with voice to skull, known now as agentic AI. I'd love to talk about what is real about the super soldiers. I have a hard time believing anyone is time traveling and doing 20 and backs, but augmented humans, yeah, that shit is legit. If you looked up into the prairie at night in the 70s like I did, you would likely believe in infinite space and universes. But how do you know all that wasn't a projection? No, I don't know. 7 Seas, it just gets better and better, right? So I'm at the point now where, like, if you did want to call me blackpilled, like, I've become so, like, we're fucked, that all you can do is laugh about it. All you can do is just be aware of what's happening. Try to tell as many people as you know. And just fucking be mind blown by the absurdity that these people are willing to go just to have power over everything. Basically, all of this stuff is so they can turn on God mode. And it's like, get a life. Go get a hobby. Why are you trying to take over the world? Apologize for hijacking your chat, sir, but thank you again for the opportunity. Stay strong out there, folks, and remember, oxytocin for the win. Yeah. No, thank you, Sabrina, for coming in and learning me some stuff. I'll reach out to non-vaxxer and see if we can set up a time for sometime next week. I was gonna do it this week, and Sunday, Monday, I didn't feel very good. Tuesday, I was actually just sick. After my stream with Tregsman, I basically like laid down for the rest of the day. But I would love to get you on a stream here, and I may stop you just to ask questions, like clarifying questions, stuff like that, and see if we can't get something going. Teach these people a little something, myself included. If the sun is on fire because it has nuclear power, then there is a limit to the amount of mass and power the Earth can sustain. That's if you believe physics. I'm under the impression that Isaac Newton did a controlled disclosure of physics, and that we don't have all of them, and that's they keep the information from people for reasons. They create laws of physics so that you have to follow them, and I think it keeps people from thinking outside the box a lot. I love questions. Good, because I have so many. I'm actually, after I'm done with this stream, I'm probably going to start typing them up. Heck yeah, living life. Yeah, we have about 7 minutes left on the stream. So I do want to, first of all, thank everybody. The physics community has been pissed on YouTube for 3 years because much of their industry is BS string theory crap. Yeah, it's the same with the medical industry. Like, all the doctors they just work for Rockefeller. Einstein couldn't do the math and plagiarized many ideas. Well, see, I even think shit like I think Einstein was fake. I think what's his name, Oppenheimer. I think that motherfucker was a fraud. The original physics tapes got lost at NASA. Oh man, that and the lunar lander blueprints and the telemetry and basically everything about the moon landing. The best scientists are probably all working entirely under NDAs. The best scientists are probably trying to figure out how to make a meth lab because they never got access to the institutional education they needed to be successful. But where there's a will, there's a way. And they're making meth labs out of like Snapple bottles and shit. Same with religion and all the arts. My hamster was like running on the wheel and it was... What? No! Behind the French Masons, you will find the Jesuits. And behind the Jesuits, the fucking Canaanites. The Mesopotamian worshippers. Math is hard for people, but not for people like me. Just live the life. Heck yeah, I live life spiritually. But yeah, I'll definitely reach out and we'll get a good conversation going talking about Breaking Bad. Yeah, exactly. Gross, the best scientist is Ironheart and is tired of white man paperwork. Is that the Black Tony Stark? Actually, it's an EMF attack. I can't ride my scooter. Fuck that. And those Kanan whatever hide under the term mystery schools. Yes, exactly. The secret societies is how they keep an illusion that they're not just homogenized as one big fucking group that is motivated by money and control. I guess not money, but the power that money has in our world. And that's where you get like when I do my webs, I always like to include like fraternities they're in or colleges they go to, because that is where they usually meet a lot of these people and get wrapped up in this shit. Is like Peter Thiel will be a frat brother with some guy or something, and they'll go to a fucking fraternity thing together, and he'll be like, hey, I like your company. What if I brought you onto the Thiel Fellowship and got you to drop out of college? And then they start a company, Peter Thiel throws money at him, and boom, there you go. And a lot of people are always like, well, you're playing like the 6 ways to bacon, guilt by association shit. I'm like, how the fuck do you think the world works? Do you think all these people are just not connected to each other? I don't, like, these same people will then turn around and demand the Epstein files. And I'm like, wait, that's guilt by association. You're doing the same fucking thing I am. You think it stops at sex trafficking? Because it's literally how everything works. Canaanites really is in biblical. Not necessarily from a biblical perspective, but the geographical region of Canaan. Networking with people is a huge part of business, and business is not like transparency. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think it's so important to do those webs to like show, because that the whole reason I started doing them is I would read people's research and I'm just like, this is just a wall of text. Like I can read the name over and over and over again, but it never actually illustrates itself in my head. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to start doing these webs. And very quickly I was like, holy fuck, everyone's connected. Everything is all fucking, all the same shit, the same people in different flavors, different names, different shade. It's all the same shit. Freemasonry, Jesuits, fucking Illuminati, the Shriners, all that shit. It's all the same stuff. They just call it it's like cliques in high school. They're all still kids in high school. Even if they call themselves jocks or goths or preps, they're all the fucking same thing. High schoolers. That's how it works. Because the consolidated audit trail absolutely does not seem to be even close to ready because it does not know the accounting, the crypto mom, all the other fucking Zionist morons. Polishing another turd. The Jesuits tried recruiting me when I was 10 out of Canada. I rebelled even then. See, if they can do it at 10, why can't Donald Trump do it at 40? Or wait, how old was he when he went to Georgetown? I guess it doesn't matter. Can you ride on a sidewalk? It's something to believe in. People need that. Otherwise, the world is very weird without it for many. Compartmentalize. That is a great word. That's what I was looking for. Oh shit, I have 1 minute before the Twitter stream just stops. Thank you, everybody. I'll try to do this as fast as I can. 147 Aurora on X, thank you. Cocoa Biscuit, Sus Report, LG, In Christianity, Judaism, and Islam Forever, Allison M, Purple Glue 72, Sanchez Montebello, Barry, I still have to get with you about remineralizing my water. Sabrina, Psy Energy, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy life to come learn me some things, and I'm excited to talk with you ASAP. Katie, thank you as well. Ophelia 74, thank you. Welcome to the stream. So many other people. Karen R. Peterson, Debumasan was here. Chrome Quixote, Jill Woodworth Talks. Thank you, Mia, for the 5. Thank you, Dina, for the 5. Subliminal Messenger. You guys are all fucking awesome. If I miss anybody, please let me know. Joyce as well. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Austin, Allison. Why July. Jason B, thank you for stopping by, brother. And anybody else, if I didn't call your name, it's only because you were too far up for me to scroll, and it is timed out. Thank you. Looking forward to the Sabrina talk. Me too. I have so much I still have to learn. Super Beast, wonderful suspension, better tires. Let's go. All right. Hey, thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Stay safe. Make sure you go invest some time in the people and things that give your life value this weekend. Whatever it is that you care about most, make sure you take some time this weekend to go spend time doing that thing or being with that person or something like that. And just remember, at the end of the day, life is worth living, and remind yourself the reasons your life is worth living. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all, and we will see you tomorrow. I will be streaming with Wheezy, and we will be talking about the fakery of nukes and the Donald Trump assassination. Good night, everybody. Peace out.
you.